we believed that we were going to be transitioning away from Fujitsu to a different provider, but it was going to be difficult to manage that transition. And over the period in question, we had to extend the arrangement with Fujitsu to provide us with, if you like, a kind of bridge to the new arrangements. I think that's how I would describe it.
I'm in agreement with the proposal, as I don't see we have any choice. Horizon is a complex Fujitsu proprietary system, and any move other than renewal would present unacceptable risk. I agree with Leslie's future review and the potential to mitigate our Fujitsu dependency in the future. I do feel they have us over a barrel and they know it. I'm not clear how much we've tried to play hardball with them, but I'd hope that these numbers represent our maximum financial exposure, and that if we seek to, and that we will seek to negotiate below this, if they want a future role in our IT estate, they should want to be less exploitative of us now. Is what we read there about the relationship, or Mr. Franklin's view of the relationship between Post Office and Fujitsu, representative or indicative of the board's view of the relationship between Post Office and Fujitsu at that time, which is July 2013?
Yes, I think so. And I would say more, over a longer period.
Did you ever link this, what's said here, back to your initial discussion with Angus Grant back in September 2011, where he told you, I think, that the relationship was too nice, and that the Post Office had been naive or too naive? Was that a constant, essentially, over that period of time, September 11 to July 13?
Absolutely, all the way through, I would say. I think that as the different non-executives came on board, they, reached the same view. We all wanted to move away from Fujitsu altogether. And when I left the Post Office in 2015, I believed that that is indeed what would be happening. But it subsequently turned out that they were unable to extricate themselves.
Was this any cause for concern, this understanding of a relationship of dominance or an unequal power relationship in circumstances where the Post Office was continuing to rely on Fujitsu for data and analysis to support its work with Second Sight?
So I think the concerns were definitely about an imbalance of power. And yes, I think we were sceptical. We were sceptical about all sorts of aspects of the Horizon, of the relationship with Fujitsu.
This records that the system was complex and proprietary,
yeah,
and that Fujitsu had the Post Office over a barrel. Was that a relationship the Post Office had essentially inherited from Royal Mail Group?
I think so, yes. I mean, certainly, that was how I felt. And then whether I would have said they had, I think I might have said they had us over a barrel. I certainly came to that view early on, and I now understand that it did, it did go back really from the very, very outset. But I didn't understand that at the time.
Against that background, how would you assess the executive's feeling about delivering news to the board that a Fujitsu expert who had given evidence, written and oral, in criminal proceedings was considered to be tainted or an unsafe witness and had breached their duties to the court in a manner which may have caused prosecutions brought by both Royal Mail Group and Post Office to have been undermined.
Could you go back to the beginning of
Yes.
the question? Sorry.
Yeah.
What's the
How would the executives
Yes.
have felt about delivering news
Okay.
to the board
Yes.
that a Fujitsu expert witness may have given false evidence to courts?
Well, I think that a number of the executives shared the board's view about. I mean, obviously they wouldn't have said they thought that Fujitsu had got them over a barrel. But my understanding was that the senior executives were in agreement with the board that we wanted to move away from Fujitsu. I think everybody shared that aspiration. So.
What I'm trying to explore is whether this
Yes,
may be
I'm trying to
a
think.
reason
Yes.
or relevant to the non-revelation of
Yes.
information to the board.
So I think what I'm trying to get to here is, since everybody was agreed that we'd rather not have Fujitsu as a very significant IT partner, I'm not sure why that would have. I mean, maybe I'm being really stupid here, but I can't really see why that would affect executives' ability or willingness to share that information with the board one way, or in fact it might be an argument for, we're not sure we can trust. This is another reason why we're not sure we can trust them. So you could argue it. I think you could argue it either way.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I examine a little further the continued fallout from the Second Sight report?
Yeah.
And in particular, looking at the board's approach to whether the Second Sight report opened it up to legal challenge. By looking at poll 0034 4895. And can we start, please, at page 2 and scroll down? An email from you, we're now March 2014, to Paula Venables and Olwyn Lyons about Sparrow. Following our helpful conversation, I'm setting out what I would like on this for further substantive discussion at the March board meeting. One, the definitive view on all aspects of insurance, i.e. organisational and personal. What policies do we have? What in practice do we believe they will cover us for? And what have we been doing to fulfil our obligations under our policies? 2, are we safe from legal challenge in what we are, have been doing? What's the position both since we became independent and before? What's the worst case in relation to costs which could result from this, etc. Now, you've been asking, as a board, I think, questions of insurance coverage for both the organisation and for the individual members of the board since mid-2013.
Yeah.
And it seems like you hadn't got an answer, at least a definitive answer, by this time. Is that right?
Yes.
If we go, please, to the reply, which is at the foot of page 1. From Olwyn Lyons. She says, Alice, apart from making sure the business are ready to answer these questions, is there anything else you'd like me to do? The insurance issue is with Chris Day, and I did push for clarity to be included in the B48 email without success. Anyway, don't know what that means. Let's go up to see what you reply. You said, what's B48?
I'm no wiser.
Yes, maybe you can help us by explaining to everyone what the context is here. the position is intrinsically worrying, to put it politely. The non-executive directors are really concerned because of the potential cost to the business, the distraction from implementing our strategy, which is demanding enough, the reputational issues, and their personal positions. A bad combination made far worse if the business does not appear to be on top of it. So the paper needs to demonstrate that the board's concerns on the latter point, presumably that's their personal positions, if that is possible. That means it needs to be comprehensive, clear and professional. And then there's an issue about a non-attendance at James Arbuthnot's meeting. So I think this change shows us that by March 2014, you and the board were still not clear, seemingly, on what the insurance situation was, both for the company and for board members.
Yes.
And were there concerns essentially on behalf of Royal Mail that you're expressing, as well as Post Office?
I can't say that, I can't remember that there were, if I'm honest.
Can you help us? The second site report had, from the Post Office's perspective, been presented as a positive one.
Yes.
No system-wide, i.e. systemic issues have been found, albeit there were some process problems.
Yes.
Concerning, in particular, training and support. Why was there a continuing concern about the individual liability of board members if there were no problems with the Horizon system?
I don't remember very much about this discussion about the insurance side of things. I think that it was put on the agenda by other non-executives. I can't remember exactly, but I think that Alistair Marnock certainly was interested in this subject, at least in part because he was the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, and that's the natural place for that to be, the first port of call, I think, for that issue. And I think, from what I remember, that the thing that was beginning to get in the way for the non-executive directors was actually the delay in answering the questions rather than the questions themselves, if you see what I mean.
Not really. Why would you have a continuing concern over the individual liability of board members, i.e. their personal positions,
I think,
and the need to nail down insurance as protection if there wasn't a belief that individual members of the board may be open to liability?
I think there was a question in people's minds, some people's minds, about whether members of the board might be vulnerable in some way. And that question, having been put on the agenda, was obviously in everybody's minds. And I do remember over a very long period, it just didn't seem to be possible to get definitive advice about this, and it became a frustration in itself that we couldn't get clear answers.
Given the continuing concerns, you first raised personal liability of board members for civil claims for wrongful prosecution in July 2013.
Yes.
And we're now in March 2014.
Yes.
In the interim, had the board asked any more questions about why there may be claims against them, given the positive, generally positive, outcome of the second site interim review?
Well, during the intervening period, you've got the beginning of the mediation scheme, and you've got I'm sure we'll come on to this, something that was called the expectation gap between what it began to emerge, sub-postmasters and the people representing them thought might be on the table in relation to the mediation scheme, and what the Post Office thought the outcome of the mediation scheme in individual cases might be. And I think that this concern was part of the story. That so you don't have a situation where the interim report has come out and we've had the view of that, and then nothing happens. You've got a continuing story, if you like, because of the setting up of the mediation scheme and what's beginning to emerge as people make applications to go into that, and it becomes clearer what it is they're hoping to get from it.
So, do I understand you to mean that you didn't think that there were claims, or were not advised that there were claims that had merit, but you were more concerned about claims that lacked merit being brought against the company or the board?
Both, I would say. I think we would always have been concerned that there might be claims that had merit and that we would need to deal with those. But we also, as I've said, believed that the Horizon system was sound, and we thought that the legal side, the work that ought to be being done in relation to past prosecutions, was being done and was being done properly.
I'm just trying to understand how it is that there is this focus on liability of the company and the board, which seems to be a continuing concern even into March 14, in the light of the positive second sight report, when we know that lurking underneath are a series of advices that would expose the company to liability, that may expose board members to personal liability, but they're not revealed to you. It's as if two conversations are going on at the same time in parallel. Do you understand?
I understand. That's very clear. Thank you. I do understand.
And what you're saying in these email exchanges, it is not motivated by or a reflection of you knowing about the other thing that hadn't been revealed. Is that right?
Absolutely right, yes.
And so I'm trying to understand what it was that was motivating you to continue to explore the extent of the board's own liability in the insurance position.
Yes.
If it wasn't knowledge of the Jenkins problem,
yes,
what was it?
Well, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but if the board asked a question, or people or somebody on the board asked a question, then it was important to me that the business answered that question. And I think I wasn't alone in this. I found it very strange that it was taking this amount of time to get the answers to what seemed like relatively straightforward questions. And I think that by this time, we were starting to have some reservations about the way in which Christe was performing his responsibilities. And this was a part of, we didn't feel at any rate that he was on top of this aspect of the job. And we didn't seem to be able to get anybody else to give us the answers. And that was frustrating. And I think we were, at somewhere in people's minds was always the thought that, we knew that people were interested in bringing claims against us. And you never know when that happens, what the outcome might be. So I think, it was a precaution on the part of the non-executive members of the board. It was a precautionary approach.
If we go back to the document that we were just displaying, poll 00344 895. And look at page 2. and scroll down. Your second question, are we safe from legal challenge
Yeah.
in what we have been doing?
Yeah.
What's the position since, both since we became independent and before? Why wasn't the board, why weren't you asking to see the external lawyer's advice?
Well, I think it depends which bit of external lawyer's advice we're talking about here.
Any.
So we knew that Brian Altman had been asked to give advice, and we were given at various points well, I won't call them summaries because they weren't, as I now know, they weren't really summaries. We were given a view of what was in that advice, and I'm sorry to say that I believed, and I think the other non-executive directors believed what we were reading in those papers about what was being said, and we could have asked to see that advice, the original documents, and if we had, the story might have been the story would have been very, very different. But if given what we were being told, we accepted it. And we had, I think, if we try to put ourselves back into the shoes of the people who were reading that advice at that time, that wasn't unreasonable.
Thank you. Can I move to a new topic? You suggested in your oral evidence yesterday, and suggest in a number of parts in your witness statement, that in your view, Susan Crichton was substantially to blame for the failure to provide the board with relevant information and documents.
Yes.
Can we turn to poll 0010-8058? This is an email exchange of August 2013 between you and Paula Venables. And in the email that we can see at the foot of this page here, you say, yes, it's the fact that she, and you're talking about Susan Crichton here, sees so much as beyond her control, which made me most worried. It's her alibi. That's why I pushed back, and why also I asked her to flag up if there was anything she needed which she couldn't get. And then you go on to talk about another issue. What did you mean by it's her alibi?
So I was talking there about the subject which we discussed yesterday, which was the fact that we got to a position where the interim report from Second Sight came not completely out of the blue, but came very, very unexpectedly to the board in the run-up to its publication. And the board's concern as to how that had happened linked with the other issues that the board was concerned about, the length of time the work was taking, the costs and so on. So that's what I was talking about there.
But what do you mean by alibi?
That
an alibi is normally if you're accused of a crime or accused of wrongdoing.
Yes.
You have an excuse or a reason to put yourself somewhere else, and therefore say, I can't have committed the crime, or I can't have undertaken the wrongful conduct.
Yes. So I think an excuse would have been a better word. Alibi does sound as though, as you say, as though it's linked to a crime.
I'm not suggesting that you were here talking about Susan Crichton committing a crime at all. I'm just seeking to understand what you meant by the use of the word, it's her alibi.
So what I think I'm saying here is that I didn't, and the board didn't think, that Susan had done that aspect of her job well. that when I had had my conversation with her, she had talked she'd given me a variety of reasons as to why it hadn't been possible for her to anticipate in the way that we would have liked what was going to, the events leading up to the publication of the interim report. And I thought that she was very passive, and I think that's really what I was trying to say here.
Does this show contemporaneous knowledge by you of a failure by Susan Crichton to do what she should have done in her job?
In that respect, not in the respect of her having concealed documents from us, because
that's what I was going to ask you about.
Sorry.
Did you have any suspicion that she was deliberately not flagging potential concerns to you or to the board?
Absolutely not. I had no idea.
Thank you. That can come down. You raise in your witness statement that one of your achievements, I think, in your time at the post office was replacing a large number of, in fact, I think every member of the executive committee except Paula Venables.
Well, actually, it was the two people on the executive...
Kevin Gilliland.
I beg your pardon?
Kevin Gilliland as well.
Kevin Gilliland and Nick Kennett, who was the Financial Services Director.
Can we look, please, at UKGI 304 2089? These are the minutes of a post office investment review committee. Can you see the attendees there?
Yes, I can.
And just looking at that, would this be of what would this be a committee?
I never had anything to do with this committee. I probably heard about it at the time. There were various committees inside the business department. This looks to me like a shareholder executive committee. Richard Callard was, at that time, the non-executive director on the board representing the shareholder. Roger Lowe was one of his colleagues, possibly his boss. Tim McInnes was, I think, on the post office, in a separate part of the business department, on the post office team. And the other names, some of them I recognise, some of them I don't. But they were all officials in the business department.
I see. So we should read this as not a committee of post office, but a committee either of the department or of SHIEX.
Yes. I mean, I may be wrong. It's possible that there's somebody in this list who was in the post office, but I don't think so.
Thank you. Can we go forwards, please, to page 3? And under poll management, the SHIEX, Shareholder Exchange Post Office team, outlined that certain key vacancies have been filled over the course of the past year and a more appropriate management structure has been implemented, yet vacancies have also arisen, etc.
Yes.
Next paragraph. The review team also discussed the suitability of the current management team, i.e. capability and capacity, and in particular whether Paula Venables was the right person to hold the CEO position long term. Questions were raised, and it was agreed that a confidential and internal review would be undertaken to assess her suitability. Did you know this was going on?
I don't think so.
Can we look, please, at some slides in the department's Audit and Risk Committee from February 2014, so that's the next month, UKGI 304 2677. And I think this makes it much clearer that this is not the post office.
Okay.
This is
yes, I think so too.
the department and the shareholder executive. This is the Risk and Assurance Committee, or at least a presentation to it, of February 2014. And can we go to the second page, please? Left-hand column underneath the number 1, advice from the recent annual review suggested that the post office team give careful consideration to the continued suitability of Paula Venables as CEO. There's a general consensus that Paula is no longer the right person to lead the post office, but justification is anecdotal. This short paper aims to examine the options available to the shareholder executive. And then on the right-hand side, under why is Paula's position under review at the bottom, the committee was told, however, the 2010 plan, which admittedly was not hers, failed to deliver the expected revenue growth, and the network transformation has required politically awkward revisions to remain deliverable. Paula has not shown an understanding of political considerations, i.e. presentation of plan to ministers, or of the detail of the plan, and she's been unable to work with personalities that provide robust challenge to her. And then there's a third point. Did you know that it was the seemingly the view of a team presenting to the department and the shareholder executive that Ms. Venables had been unable to work with people that provided robust challenges to her?
I don't think I did, no. These papers, when I saw them, were complete news to me.
Was that your view, that Ms. Venables had been unable to work with people who provided robust challenges to her?
No, I don't think that was my view. There was certainly some tension between Susan Barton, whose name appeared on the previous document, and Paula. I think their working styles were very different. And Susan was, she was a very, very able person, and she did a very, very good job. And she was robust, and I think that there was some tension between the two of them. I'm not aware. I'm just trying. Let me just think about this for a second as to whether I was aware of that sort of tension with other people in her team.
I'm really asking you whether it was your view that Miss Venables preferred to have yes men and yes women.
No, I don't think that's fair.
Around her, surrounding herself with a coterie of trusted lieutenants,
Yeah.
Mark Davis, Angela Vanden Bogart, Leslie Sewell, for example.
I don't think that would be a fair characterisation.
Did you have any concern that she had been unable to work with people that provided challenges, robust challenges to her?
I didn't have that concern, no.
Can we go forwards, please, to page 5? A series of options are outlined,
Yeah.
and one of which is essentially release her from her role now. The next of which is retain but review after a period of time. And then we'll go on to see that another one is a retain until the natural course of events that she wishes to move on. Retain and review, you'll see if you just briefly scan what's said on that page.
The whole of this page?
Yes, I mean, this is just to give you some context.
Okay.
Given this isn't a committee of which you were a member.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then over the page, please. Moving to the option of review, on the left-hand side of the page, there is a general feeling that Paula is not the optimal person to lead the post office to deliver its commercial strategy. She's not been able to establish good working relationships with Joe Swinson. That was the minister at the time.
It was.
She has been unable to retain key staff. Did you hold any of those three views?
At this point in time...
March 2014.
Yeah, I did.
February 2014.
Sorry.
February 2014.
Yes. So, in this period in 2014, I did start, and I wasn't alone in this, to have reservations about Paula's ability to lead the post office in the circumstances which it found itself in.
Is it right to say those concerns included a doubt as to her personal grip, specifically on Horizon issues?
Yes, and it went beyond that. I mean, that was the example that's illustrated by the setting of that personal objective, which I'm sure is what you've got in mind. But the concern about the grip went wider than that.
And so just to summarise, I'm not going to go to the documents, for the 2014-15 year, you set as one of her objectives for that year a specific personal objective in relation to the need to give priority to Horizon issues.
I did.
You tell us in your witness statement that at this time you had doubts as to her personal grip on Horizon issues and the level of attention that she was giving them.
Yes.
That's paragraph 180. What were your concerns about the level of attention that Ms. Venables was giving to Horizon issues?
I think that I felt that she was relying too much on her colleagues and
Which colleagues?
executive colleagues. So this
Any in particular?
Well, in the context of Horizon, this would have been IT and legal, primarily, and that I'm just trying to find a way of describing what I meant by not having. You're asking me about whether I felt she relied too much on other people. Was that was the
Yes.
question? Yes. I think that I felt that there was too much passing on of other people's views, and that when she talked, say, to the board, gave an update to the board, that what she was relying on were words that other people had written for her rather than her own words. Perhaps that's the best way of putting it.
Thank you. On the right-hand side, under performance as CEO and delivery of strategic plan, there's a repetition of the point that Post Office failed to deliver
Yes.
its 2010 strategic plan.
Yeah.
and refused to keep the government properly appraised of developments in the network transformation programme, requiring difficult revisions in 2013. Paula Venables has shown a worrying lack of knowledge about the detail of the new plan. And then Paula's people management has caused concern, as she appears unable to work with personalities and approaches that differ from hers. Just stopping there. Is that a concern that you shared?
No, I don't think that wasn't one of my concerns, other than, as I say, there was this tension between her and Susan Barton. I recognise that.
Do you know where the department and SHIEX would get information that enables them to reach a view like this from?
Yes, I think they would have got it from a number of sources.
Being?
So, Richard Callard, as I've already said, was a non-executive director on the board, and therefore would have seen Paula operating in the context of the board, would have heard conversations, would have been party to conversations that I and the other non-executive directors were having, because he was one of us in that sense. There would have been feedback, I'm sure, from the Minister and the Minister's office, and there would have been interactions with officials at different levels in the department. So I would think those would be the three main sources.
And on that last one, where you say there will be interactions between officials, do you mean officials within the department and SHIEX on the one hand,
yes,
and then post office personnel on the other?
Exactly, yes.
I see. The sentence continues, and she has failed to build relationships with key directors. Was that a view that you held in February 2014?
Other than, I'm sorry, I keep repeating myself. I mean, I was aware of the issue with Susan Barton, but I don't remember my being aware of this in relation to other directors. No. So I don't quite understand where that's coming from.
Next bullet point: Paula's performance as CEO has been questioned by the Post Office Chair and by members of the board. Had you spoken to the department or SHIEX about Paula Venables' performance?
So, as I say, Richard was party to this. I had conversations from time to time with various people in the department, including Mark Russell, who was the head of the shareholder executive. And I can't remember, I haven't got notes of those meetings, but I'm sure this would have been a topic of conversation on a pretty regular basis, because after all, it was one of my, the key aspects of my role.
And by other members of the board?
Yes.
To your knowledge, which other members of the board had questioned her performance?
I think everybody had by this stage.
Thank you. That can come down. Did you ever advise Miss Venables that if you wanted an answer to a question, you should tell the person that you were asking the question of the answer that you wanted to hear, and then essentially get them to either confirm what you said was right or persuade you that you were wrong?
I have absolutely no recollection of saying that, and it's not. I simply cannot imagine circumstances in which I would have said that.
Ms. Venables told us that when she was preparing for the Select Committee on the 3rd of February 2015, she sent an email which said, what's the true answer, which was about the facility for remote access. I hope it is. We know that this is not possible, and we're able to explain why that is. I need to be able to say, no, it's not possible, and that we're sure of this because of XXX. And she told us that the phrasing of the email, the framing of it, we need to say this is not possible, was specifically because you had told her that if you want to get to the truth and a really clear answer from somebody, you should tell them what it is you want to say very clearly and ask for the information that backs that up. Is that true? Did you tell her that?
No. I think I might have said to her, if you want to know if something's true, you need to be really clear about what the proposition is.
That's a very different issue.
Yes.
Thank you. Can we move forward to the Post Office's conduct during the mediation scheme and its attitude?
Sorry, could
yes.
I just say one other thing on that last conversation?
Yes.
It's a surprise to me that these sorts of detailed conversations were going on and that nobody told me that they were going on at the time. And I think that is I just find that rather extraordinary that, I was aware of these reservations that I and my fellow board members had, and I would know that Richard would be party to that, and I knew that the minister had some reservations, but I had absolutely no idea that there was this machinery inside the department that was having these conversations, and I just find that quite surprising.
Thank you. Can we then turn
yes.
to Post Office's conduct during the mediation scheme proper and its attitude towards sub-postmasters in the mediation scheme? And can we start with some advice that Sir Anthony Hooper says that he gave in, I think in February 2014, by looking at poll 0010 0335. These are the minutes of a meeting with Sir Anthony Hooper. You can see who's in attendance. You're not.
Yeah.
And if we go down to paragraph 4, TH, that Sir Anthony Hooper agreed that Second Sight were very resource challenged. It would be difficult for them to meet the current timetable. That said, Sir Anthony's view was that Second Sight were trying to be objective and that they had a difficult path to tread in order to do their job properly, in his view. They would need to express an opinion on the merits of each claim. In Sir Anthony's view, this was something that they found hard to do. Some concern was expressed by Paula Venables and Chris Oyard that Second Sight had not in their correspondence come across as independent and may be unduly influenced by the need to satisfy certain MPs. Mm-hmm. In his evidence to the inquiry in relation to this paragraph, Sir Anthony said that he had communicated the following to you and
yes.
to Miss Venables.
Yes.
The Post Office's case didn't make sense. It didn't make sense that reputable sub-postmasters appointed by the Post Office after an examination of their characters would be stealing these sums of money. But it didn't make sense in particular because within a matter of days of any, quote, alleged theft, they had to balance the books. It just never made sense. I made that point over and over again. Did Sir Anthony make that point to you, whether over and over again or at all?
Not at all.
Do you recall having conversations with Sir Anthony?
I recall I had a meeting with him very shortly after he'd been appointed, which was a sort of, I hadn't been part of the selection process. Alice Marnock was the non-executive who was involved with that. And after he was appointed, and I think just after he'd had the very first meeting of the Working Party, he and I met. And as far as I'm aware, that is the only time I ever actually met him.
And he didn't say on that occasion that the Post Office's case didn't make sense, in that on Post Office's view of the contract, they had to balance the books and make good any shortfalls of any losses within days of the losses occurring.
he didn't say that to me. I would have remembered if he had said that to me. And when we met, it was very, very early days, so it would have been surprising if he had come to any sort of clear view. I think we were talking about, as it were, the future rather than about what he had already found, because it was very early days.
And then over the page, please, to paragraph 6. Sir Anthony's strong contention was that the Post Office should take no precipitous action until such time as Second Sight had produced, say, 5 reports and we had seen their thematic report. He noted the adverse public relations consequences of terminating and offered to make himself available to the board. The quantum of the compensation payments was discussed. Sir Anthony noted that the applicant's CQRs often painted a very distressing picture where there had been a loss of livelihood and other losses. His view was that should the evidence show that the Post Office had not acted properly, then the amount of compensation payable could be quite material. And then in square brackets, this contradicts legal advice obtained by Post Office from Bond Dickinson, which categorically states that the maximum loss Post Office could maximum loss Post Office could expect would be limited to 3 months' pay under the sub-postmaster's contract. It wasn't entirely clear whether Sir Anthony had in mind criminal cases only when he made these comments. Was this passed on to you, that Sir Anthony's view was that the quantum of potential compensation could be material, i.e. substantial?
No.
Was it ever explained to you that there was a difference of view between the advice Bond Dickinson had given and that being explained by Sir Anthony?
No.
I think in the next month, Post Office took advice from Linklaters.
Yes.
Can we turn to a board meeting on the 26th of March 2014, poll 1523. These are the board minutes for the 26th of March 2014. You'll see that you're present. Can we go, please, to page 2 at the foot? Thank you. Under K, the board agreed that they needed to commission a piece of work to complement that undertaken by Linklaters, to give them and those concerned outside the business comfort about the Horizon system. The business was asked to revert with the terms of reference and timescale for the work, which would cover the work undertaken by Angela van den Boogaard, explaining how the system works, a review of the data integrity aspects of the system, a reference to all audits and tests carried out on the system, and a response to the most significant thematic issues raised by Second Sight. These terms of reference should be tested with Linklaters to ensure this work would satisfy them as evidence that Horizon is reliable, and then agreed by the Board Sparrow Subcommittee. Just go back to the previous page, at the foot, thank you. Why did the board wish to obtain a piece of work to give it, or Linklaters, all those concerned outside the business comfort?
So at this time, there were continuing questions about the Horizon system, and and the board was unclear about what the level of exposure of the Post Office was to claims. And I referred earlier this morning to the different perceptions of people going into applying to go into the mediation scheme and the post office as to what amounts of money might be payable. And
I'm thinking more of the phraseology, Ms.
No, but I'm coming to that. So, sought this legal advice on what the exposure was. The legal advice was delivered on the basis needed in order to deliver their legal advice. Linklaters said that they wanted to be confident about the safety of the Horizon system, and they were not happy about the quality or the nature of the work that Second Sight had done. So they were, we haven't looked at that. I mean, there are, I think in these minutes, there are quotations from the Linklaters partner.
We're going to go to the...
Yes, so I'm sorry, I'm anticipating.
Yeah.
But we had heard at this board meeting that the Linklaters partner was sceptical about the work that had been undertaken by Second Sight and thought that a different kind of, a different piece of work needed to be done. And that was what that's how we arrived at the decision to commission a further piece of work.
And I'm asking about the phraseology.
Right.
Why is it when I read a board minute about commissioning a piece of work about Horizon, it always says something along the lines of, it will give us comfort, it will establish that Horizon is reliable, it will reassure us as to our existing view. We looked at two of them yesterday, you remember. Why is it always framed in that way?
I think because by this stage, we had the Second Sight interim report, which had said that it had so far not found evidence of systemic issues with the Horizon system. That had been interpreted by the Post Office as an assurance of that, and had actually, as I said yesterday, similarly been interpreted in that way by Lord Arbuthnot and others. And we had no reason to have doubts that that was the case. But here we were being advised by this very well-respected legal firm that the evidence that we had was not sufficient for them, and therefore we should seek some further advice. But I don't think that at this point, we did not think that there was anything wrong with the Horizon system at this point. But if you're asking me whether what we were doing was simply seeking to commission advice which would give us the answer we wanted, that was absolutely not my position, and I'm completely sure it wasn't the position of other board members either.
Can we display at the same time, please, poll 0010 7317? And page 3 of that document, please. So I should have rested on page 1 for a bit, just so you can see what it was. It's the Linklaters advice of 20th of March for this board meeting, okay, prepared by and presented by Krista Band. And if we go forward to page 3, please. And go to paragraph 2.3. If we can just highlight that, thank you. Thank you. In the first part of that, there's some information about Joe Swinson. And then in the second part of the paragraph, Linklaters say, we note that there is, so far as we understand it, no objective report which describes and addresses the use and reliability of Horizon. We do think that such a report would be helpful, though there's a decision to be made about how broad and or thorough it needs to be. That was what was needed, wasn't it? An objective report describing the use and reliability of Horizon.
Yes.
If you just look at the right-hand side, what that gets translated into, the work should cover the work undertaken by Angela van den Bogart explaining how the system works. Do you know what's meant by that? The work should cover the work undertaken by Angela van den Bogart.
I can't help you with that, I'm afraid, now.
Secondly, a review of the data integrity aspects of the system, a reference to all audits and tests carried out. So is that, was that intended to mean a reference back to previous audits?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
And then a response to the most significant thematic issues raised by Second Sight. That's rather different from what was proposed, wasn't it? An objective report addressing the use and reliability of Horizon.
Well, an objective report which describes and addresses the use and reliability of Horizon is a very broad statement.
That was what was needed, though, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I don't think that I can be of much more help on this, I'm afraid.
Did the board commission a comprehensive review of the use and reliability of Horizon?
The board commissioned a review by Deloitte, which was a desktop exercise of assurances and controls of the Horizon system.
So does that mean no, it did not? We're going to come and look at the Deloitte report, yes, with all of its limitations in a moment. But what Ms. Band was saying was that there's no objective report describing and addressing the use and reliability of Horizon. Did that come as a surprise to you? Did you think, goodness me, here we are in March 2014, we haven't got an objective report that addresses the reliability of Horizon?
I think it made me realise that we'd probably gone down the wrong road in the work that we had asked Second Sight to do, the case-based review, yes.
Did you think, how have we ended up here? And what about the times that I've said that we have had Horizon independently assured, or the times I've been present in meetings with parliamentarians, for example, and said we have had Horizon independently reviewed, investigated or assured? What about the Ernst & Young audits? Don't they count? What about the internal review that was reviewed by Deloitte? Doesn't that count? Have I said things in the past that don't really stack up?
To be honest, I can't remember exactly what I was thinking when I was considering this report, other than the fact that what the work that that had been done so far by Second Sight was not the answer, was not what was required here, and that we needed to commission some more work. I can't go back and dig that out of my mind.
Was it quite sobering, though, to realise
Yes.
that March 2014
Yes.
you were being told by somebody new
Yes.
to the process, Linklaters who were brought in,
Yeah.
to say, in fact, well, here we are in March 2014, we actually haven't got a report that addresses the reliability of Horizon?
Yeah, I think we were surprised by that.
Thank you. Those documents can come down. Can we turn then to the Deloitte report? essentially the Deloitte Project Zebra report was a consequence of the decision made at that March 2014 meeting.
It was.
I'm not going to look at the report itself. I want to look, please, at the board briefing prepared by Deloitte as a result of their work, because that was sent to you directly. For the reference, it's poll, no need to display, 302 7933, and the document I'm about to show was emailed to you on the 4th of June 2014 by the Company Secretary, Owen Lyons. Let's look at that document then. Poll 302 8069. So this is the board briefing. As I say, emailed to you by Owen Lyons on the very day that it was created. Would you have read this at the time?
This document was disclosed to me after I'd finished the, I'd submitted my written statement just before Christmas. And when I first saw it, I had no recollection of having seen it. But there clearly is an email from Alwyn, I think not just to me, but to fellow board members, in which she says she attaches this.
Yes.
The email itself doesn't appear to have the attachment attached to it, but I have no reason, I've got no reason to think that it wasn't attached, but I simply don't remember this.
So you don't remember whether you read it or not?
If it came to me, I would have read it.
Okay. Can we look, please, at page 3? And just look at the top paragraph. The work we carried out to support our full report, and thus this board briefing document, did not constitute an audit or assurance engagement in accordance with UK or international standards. In order to deliver a formal assurance opinion, we would need to have carried out testing to address scope limitations. Our conclusions and findings are therefore limited to the design of Horizon. They're also subject to the accuracy of the assumptions and limitations in section 3. If we just go down the page. Limitations and assumptions. Our findings and conclusions are presented in the context of the following limitations. 1, as a desktop exercise, we've not validated whether Horizon has been implemented or operated as described in the documentation review. 2, our work was limited by significant gaps existing in the information available relating to both the granularity of information and the existence of the Horizon features over the entire timeline of operation of Horizon, the effect of which is there are gaps within what we're able to comment upon over this timeline. Our findings below are written in the context of the information available, which relates to the current system. 3, an event occurred in 2010 which required the use of the exceptional balancing transaction process in Horizon to correct a sub-postmaster's position from a technical issue. Information has not been provided on the circumstances that led to this system issue and how the issue was identified. It's assumed that verbal assertions received from Fujitsu that this was the only time this process has been used hold true. 4, we've not had any direct contact with any third parties other than the named contracts you've provided to us. 5, we've not validated or commented on the quality of the documentation supplied to us. Were you disappointed to receive a report which was limited and caveated in such a heavy way?
Could I go back to the setting for the receipt of this report? So we had a board meeting, I think it was in a few weeks earlier than this, at which the partner from Deloitte, who was responsible for this exercise, he'd come to that board meeting.
Yes.
And he had given the board an extremely positive sense of what Deloitte had found thus far, and that's recorded in the minutes. So I think it is really, really important to understand that. He had been present at the meeting. He had given a very clear and positive account of what he and his colleagues had seen so far, and there was a discussion about further work that should be done. This board briefing that came in some weeks later was therefore a follow-up to that. And if we scroll up the page a bit, do you mind going back up?
The second paragraph from the top.
Yes.
Yep.
So
I was going to come to that.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to deal with the limitations first.
But I was trying to explain, I think it is really, really important that people understand that in my mind and the mind of my fellow board members, we had that very clear and positive steer from Gareth James.
So were you surprised, therefore,
yes.
to, if we scroll back down, to read all of these limitations?
So I think I said a minute ago, I don't recall seeing this report, and therefore I don't recall reading it. I do, however, remember that there was disappointment that Deloitte did not feel able to give us the kind of description of Horizon that we had expected would be forthcoming following Gareth James's appearance at the board, and that there were, as I understood it from Chris Ojard, a whole lot of reservations about the value of doing further work, the cost of it and the time it would take.
Thank you. I'll leave that there for the moment. So that would be a good time for the morning break.
All right.
Can we say till 10 past? Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Perkins, I was asking you about the board briefing prepared
Yes.
by Deloitte, dated the 4th of June 2014. Just for the transcript and for those looking later, the document that shows that it and the attachment was sent to you, or it was sent to you as an attachment, is poll 00138401. No need for that to be displayed. That is an email to you showing, and others, showing that the document was emailed to you. You were making the point that we've got to read the board briefing of the 4th of June in the light of the earlier meeting of the board on the 30th of April, at which the partner from Deloitte had made a presentation.
Yes.
So can we look at the two documents alongside each other then? Firstly, the minutes of that board meeting. Poll 302-1524. Thank you. And can we go to page 6 of those? Thank you. And then can we display the board briefing, poll 302-8069. At page 3 of the board briefing. And in particular, the bottom part of the page, the limitations and assumptions. Thank you. So dealing with the document on the right, these are the minutes of the board meeting of the 30th of April, which you were mentioning. The board welcomed Leslie Sewell, CIO, and Gareth James, partner, Deloitte, to the meeting. Chris Oyard also rejoined the meeting. The chairman thanked Gareth James for his draft report and explained there were a number of people who were sceptical about Horizon. The board were concerned to know the truth about the reliability of the system. Deloitte's views would need to be expressed in such a way that they would persuade reasonable lay people. Leslie Sewell explained that the first piece of work Deloitte had been asked to undertake was to give assurance that the control framework, including the security and processes for changes in the system, were robust from an IT perspective. Gareth James reported that all the work to date showed that the system had strong areas of control and that its testing and implementation were in line with best practice. Work was still needed to assure the controls and access at the Finance Service Centre. Chris Oyard explained that several of the sub-postmasters who were challenging Horizon had made allegations about phantom transactions, which were non-traceable. Assurance from Deloitte about the integrity of the system records, logs, would be very valuable. The board asked what assurance could be given pre-2010 when the different Horizon system was in use. It was agreed that Gareth Jenkins would produce and cost a proposal for additional work to enable assurance for the wider system, including pre-2010. Leslie Sewell, Gareth James and Chris Oyard left the meeting. It was that you were referring to.
It was, yes.
The strong areas of control is a reference to the control framework and security and processes for changes in the system in this minute, isn't it?
I have to confess at this point that my recollection of these sorts of details from this long ago are not good. I mean, I can't add much to
what's in the minutes.
I really can't, I'm afraid.
Okay, I understand. It's clear, reading the minute as a whole, that the board needed some further work to be done by Deloitte.
Yes.
And what we're reading on the left-hand side is the product of that further work in June.
Yes.
And what it says in the 5 limitations and assumptions, would you agree, does not really mean that the questions asked by the board were answered.
Yes, I would agree, but would it be all right to scroll up?
Yeah.
Because there's one paragraph which we haven't looked at.
Second from the top, we're going to look at that, don't worry. I'm just looking at the limitations
Sorry.
first. I'm looking at the limitations first.
Okay.
Would you have focused on these limitations?
As I said to you before the break, I have a complete blank about this for a long time. So if I could just explain that when I was putting my written statement together last year in the run-up to Christmas, it was a complete mystery to me what had happened following the board meeting whose minutes we're looking at now. I simply couldn't remember what, if anything, the board had received from Deloitte after that. And, I was kind of struggling to work out what had happened. And then this board briefing and the covering email, which I think I'm right in saying has commentary from Chris Ojard in it. Is that right?
Sorry, the board briefing.
Yeah, the board briefing, it's not covered. That's just a simple email from Alwyn.
No, there is commentary as well.
There is commentary as well.
Yeah.
So that came with commentary. Anyway, it wasn't until that was disclosed to me that I saw that we had seen this, and that was the main reason why I amended my written statement before I signed it.
Can we go to page 5 in the document on the left, please? The way that it worked was that Deloitte were asked to address by Post Office 5 questions. They're described as matters here, but 5 matters. And question 4, you can see it's been translated into matter 4 there. The question was, what comfort can be taken that Horizon provides visibility to sub-postmasters of all centrally generated transactions processed to their branch ledgers? And the answer is the Horizon Audit Store reports from a complete and unchanged record of all sealed baskets. From the documentation we've reviewed, it appears that Horizon is designed such that extracts from the audit store represent a complete and unchanged record of basket data. Reading this, would you be aware that all Deloitte have done is looked at documents? They've not seen how Horizon operates in practice.
I see that now. Whether I saw that, I can't answer the question of what I was thinking at the time, as I don't remember having seen this at the time, but I understand what you're saying.
We can go to various parts of the report.
Yeah.
You've referred to it as a desktop review in your evidence earlier, which is accurate. By desktop review, do you mean essentially looking at documents?
Yes.
Would that be a concern that where Krista Band had advised that the Post Office lacked an independent, objective report on the use and reliability of Horizon, what you've ended up with is a heavily caveated desktop review of pieces of paper?
Yeah, I see that now. I do see that.
Wouldn't it have been obvious at the time that the ask from the lawyer, or the suggestion from the lawyer, was not met with a response that in any way accorded with what was suggested?
I think it should have done, yes. But I think it would be relevant to look at what the covering email said, because that's where I would have started and where I.
I'll go to that in a moment then,
the board members
if
would have
we
started.
may. Matter 5 Horizon provides visibility to sub-postmasters of all centrally generated transactions processed to their branch ledgers. From the documentation we've reviewed, it appears that Horizon is designed such that sub-postmasters have visibility of all centrally generated transactions to their branch ledgers in that accounting period. Central transactions require sub-postmaster approval to be processed, except for balancing transactions. This appears to be an exceptional process performed only by Fujitsu and asserted by them to have only been used once in 2010 between 2008 and the time of their assertion in this area, May 2014. Usage pre-2008 is not currently known. If you'd read this, what would you have made of a paragraph like that? Is it beyond your technical understanding? What would you have drawn from it?
Well, this, as we discussed yesterday, I think, this does not come naturally to me, this area of work. It's not something that I had or have any background in. So I think, I struggle with it, if I'm completely honest. But if you read it out to me and I look at it now, I can see that what they're saying is this is how it said it works, and then it's making some towards the end of this paragraph that there are some reservations, I suppose is how you'd put it.
And so would things like this have occurred to you, and then I'm going to ask about how it may have occurred to the board, on reading a paragraph like this? Oh, we don't know anything, number one, about pre-2008. That's maybe a concern. Number two, we've only just really got what Fujitsu are saying here to go by. It's just an oral assurance that they've only done it once, this thing. And number three, doesn't that mean that Fujitsu actually have access to the system without the sub-postmaster approving what's being done to their data? Number three. Would those kind of things leap out to you?
I don't know that I wouldn't say that they would have leapt out at me, but I mean, if you read this, as you're reading it to me now, I understand what you're saying.
And thinking about the board more generally, was there anyone on the board that might, as I've just done, read that paragraph, admittedly with the knowledge of everything that has happened, and pick out those three things? No assurance pre-2008. We've only got Fujitsu's word that they've done this once. And if they've done it once, it means they've got the facility to do things to the data without a sub-postmaster approving it. That's a bit worrying.
I certainly would have thought that there would have been members of the board who would have seen that and would have been more naturally, I don't know what the word is, knowledgeable about looking at this sort of description. Yes.
Okay, can we go back then to paragraph 2 on page 3?
Thank you.
Page 3. Second paragraph from the top. Based on the desktop review we've performed, except for the lack of monitoring controls and the matters explicitly drawn out in our full report, we've not become aware of anything to suggest that the system as designed would not deliver the objectives of processing baskets of transaction and keeping copies of them in the audit store with integrity. So you wanted to draw attention to that as a comforting paragraph?
That it was one of the first paragraphs, one of the first bits of text you come to, and there was some comfort in that, which is, I think, what Chris Ojard said in his covering.
Which we're going to come to in a second.
Yes.
It's still a desktop review.
Yes.
How would a desktop review, i.e. looking at pieces of paper, actually discover whether the system as designed was delivering the objectives of processing data with integrity.
It wouldn't.
Can we go to the Chris O'Yard email, please? Poll 302 9733. Now if we scroll down, please. It's in fact from Alwyn Lyons passing on a message
Yes.
from Chris O'Yard. And I think the point that you made earlier about the email not showing that the Deloitte report was attached is based on your reading of this.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I've given an alternative reference
Okay.
that shows that it was attached.
Okay,
Because
thank
if we
you.
scroll up, we can see that Alwyn had missed Rod Williams off the email chain.
Oh, I
She
see.
resends
Got
it.
it.
And
Yeah.
on this one, the board briefing is attached.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But because this is a chain, it doesn't show attachments of
Yes.
earlier emails.
No, I
Okay.
understand. Thank you. That's helpful.
So if we scroll down, please. Olwyn says, please find below a message from Chris O'Yard and Leslie Sewell attaching the briefing. Dear all, as detailed in the board update since last Saturday, please find attached Deloitte's final draft board briefing, and then scroll over to the second page. The briefing focuses on those features of the Horizon system which operate to provide sub-postmasters with full ownership and visibility of their branch ledger, which maintain a complete and accurate audit trail. The briefing thus helps address allegations made by the mediation scheme applicants that their branch losses may have been generated by phantom Horizon transactions. It strives to be succinct and intelligible. Given the subject matter, it remains somewhat technical. It's based on a desktop review of information currently available. It's therefore heavily caveated. In the briefing, Deloitte expressly identify a number of limitations and assumptions. The briefing must be read in this context. That said, its key findings are as follows, and then it sets them out. So the covering email, which I think you said you would have focused on, did actually draw attention to the fact that this was a desktop review.
Yes.
And it's heavily caveated
Yes.
with limitations and assumptions.
Yeah.
I think it's right, that document can come down, that Deloitte refused to consent to the publication of their report.
Yes.
And they refused to consent to the use of their name publicly to assert that the system was working with integrity.
Yes.
And they refused to do so unless they had undertaken specific testing of the system in operation.
Yes, but they, I think, went on to say that words to the effect they weren't sure that there was value in doing the amount of further work that would be required in order to satisfy satisfy that.
Overall, how did you view the Deloitte report, i.e. taking into account what you've been told at the meeting on the 30th of April and in the light of receiving that email and the board briefing?
Well, as I said, I don't remember what I felt about the board briefing because I didn't remember seeing it. But clearly, the picture that we had been given at the board meeting by Gareth James was not borne out by what followed.
Was that clocked by the board at the time? Was it realised by the board at the time?
So I think, I mean, clearly what the board realised at the time... Right, I'll try again. At the board meeting which Gareth James attended, I think the board had the impression that Deloitte were going to be able to write a report giving, if you like, the Horizon a clean bill of health. That's what we believed that they were. That's what we believed that they were leading to, and that we would be able to publish that, and that was what we had intended we would do. I did remember that the follow-up to that meant that we couldn't go down that route, and I did remember that Deloitte had come to a different view after that this additional work had been done from the view that that had been expressed at that board meeting, and that was something which meant that we were not able to go to follow the plan that we had at the time. And that, yes, I think that was disappointing. That was disappointing to us.
Did you get the impression that Deloitte were rather wise to the possibility that their name might be associated with a public assertion that the system was working with integrity, and therefore were uncomfortable with that and refused to allow it to occur?
They were clearly refusing to allow that to happen, and I think there was some discussion about why they felt that way, and I think we got the impression that they weren't really interested in doing the additional work.
Can we move forward to what impact all of this had on the mediation scheme, and look at poll 00106889? This is a draft of a presentation, I think, to be given to you. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Looks like it.
It's a presentation
it does look like
to you rather than by you.
Oh, it's not a presentation by me.
And if we go, please, to the introduction on page 7. The author wrote, what does success look like? One, we bring to a close the discussion on the Horizon IT system, as there is no evidence that there are systemic issues with it, brackets, independent assurance provided. Then skipping over a couple of paragraphs to the 4th, in the run-up to the election, the Horizon issue does not cause the minister any problems. And then skipping over one, limited internal resource from chairman to administration stroke money spent on Horizon and more on profit-making activity. Was this a presentation in fact given to you?
I don't remember. But it probably, I mean, I don't know.
This, on its face, is dated as being in draft on the 2nd of February 2014, so a couple of days before receipt of the board briefing.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that in the light of that board briefing, it would not be possible to say, quote, there is no evidence that there are systemic issues with Horizon and independent assurance has been provided?
That would have had to have rested on the second site interim report.
Not the Deloitte report?
Not given what we have just seen dated the 4th of June, no.
No. The 4th bullet point, in the run-up to the election, the Horizon issue does not cause the minister any problems. Was the handling of the Horizon issue seen by the board through the lens of whether it caused or did not cause the government problems?
No. Not. The answer to the question is no. I think, in the sense that the board would never have done anything one way or another about Horizon because of the political fallout or otherwise. But I think and because I was because of my government background, would have been sensitive to election, an election period such as the one we're now in.
I mean, ironically, at this time, June 2014,
there wasn't an election.
There wasn't one. It didn't happen
but I think
May 2015.
Indeed, you're right. But presumably there was some speculation as to when that election might be.
I'm just interested in the extent to which causing problems for the minister was a material consideration in the handling of Horizon issues.
Well, it certainly wouldn't have been a material consideration in terms of the substance of doing the right thing as far as the board was concerned.
Thank you. Is it right that, that can come down, that the Post Office essentially took control of the mediation scheme in June 2014?
I can't remember the exact date.
Well, let's look at some documents.
I thought that the working group was closed down later than that.
Well, I want to look at the genesis of that.
Okay.
Can we start, please, by looking at poll 302-2128? This is a board pack for the board meeting of the 6th of June 2014.
Of the subcommittee meeting?
Yes, I'm so sorry, the Sparrow subcommittee, rather than a full board.
Okay, yep.
You're present?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
And if we just go to page 5, please. And look at paragraph 3.8. These are amongst the options. If you just scroll up to get the heading. Thank you. These are options being considered at this time. Completing the Post Office investigation in each case and moving the governance and management of the scheme in-house.
Yeah.
Under this option, we'll publish a report on Horizon, the mediation scheme, setting out the legal position around the contract and liability. Scheme administration and management would be moved under Post Office's sole control, with the working group disbanded and Second Sight's engagement ended. Is that essentially what happened in due course?
So in due course, no, that's not quite right. So in due course, what happened was the working group was disbanded. It was decided to give all applicants access to the mediation scheme, and any applicants who wanted the Post Office would fund advice to them from Second Sight. That's what happened.
The reasons for this are given in paragraph 3.9 for the taking of that option as being it would substantially reduce administration costs and allow the Post Office to, quote, take control of the scheme and its associated risk, such as adverse public relations. We estimate the whole life costs at £7.7 million. The option would also release management time, as the scheme would conclude more quickly than the other options. This could be justified publicly by setting out the case that we're taking action in the absence of any evidence of systemic failures with the Horizon system during the last 2 years, mounting costs, and clear legal advice around the expectation gap. Was it right that, I should say we should go to page 8 and paragraph 7.3. Thank you. It's the view of the programme, legal and communications and corporate affairs teams that the third option, where the scheme is effectively moved in-house, is that the one which is in the best interest of the business in a pure commercial sense. There's a weight of evidence to support this view, including value for money, timescales, concerns around cost and quality of second sight, the diversion of senior management time, and the critically important point that in 2 years of investigation, nothing has been uncovered to raise doubts about the issue at the heart of the system, the operation of the Horizon computer system. Is it right that the subcommittee decided that this option, Post Office taking control of the mediation scheme, was the right one?
At this meeting, it appears that that was the decision, but it wasn't accepted by the board.
Do you know what the adverse public relations risks were that the Post Office was facing in relation to the mediation scheme?
I think what was meant by this was that there was increasing sorry, can you just give me a minute while I find the words. At this stage with the mediation scheme, there was a lot of noise around it, a lot of dissatisfaction with it being expressed publicly. And I think the point here was that it could be seen that the mediation scheme on the then current rate of progress was going to take very, very, very much longer to conclude than had ever been envisaged. And that as long as that was going on, there would be more of the kind of comment that was being experienced at that time, and that this was seen as unhelpful. I think that's what that's saying.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I turn to my last topic then with you? And it's essentially the role of Mr. Davis, Mark Davis.
Yeah.
Can we turn up, please, poll 0029 5386? We're going to look at a series of emails that you weren't party to initially, and then we'll look at some when you were. If we go to page 3, please. And if we scroll down to the middle of the page, thank you. So this is the 21st of June, 2012, okay? Mm-hmm. And that's a month before Mark Davis joined the business.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
And Ms. Venables writes to him, Mark, Alana was going to call you, but is in Downing Street. My sense is we're doing the right thing in not offering interviews. And just in context, that means whether the Post Office should offer interviews before the appointment of Second Sight was announced.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
As that puts us on the defensive, and it also gives it more airspace. Do you agree? You must say so. If it does not, please, hope all is well. Paula. And then top of the page. Next day, Paula, sorry to pick this one up late. I agree, absolutely nothing to be gained in giving the story legs. Best course of action is to hold the strong lines and stick with them. And then last day at Rethink, that was the organisation that Mr. Davis was working for.
Yes.
Really looking forward to July the 9th, that's his start date.
Okay.
And then if we go up, please. That day, Paula Venel sends you that exchange. Thought you'd like to see this from Mark, supported and excited at joining. The only coverage this morning is in the Telegraph, which is balance. And then up, please. You reply, thanks. It will be great to have him on board. By the way, was NL okay about it? Is that a reference to Norman Lamb?
I can't think who else it was a reference to, but I don't know.
Norman Lamb at that time was the Post Office Minister.
He was.
Records suggest that he was the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Employment Relations and Postal Affairs in office between the 3rd of February 2012 and the 4th of September 2012, so in office at this period. You can't think of anyone else who
No.
NL may refer to?
No.
Okay. If that does, as is suggested, refer to the minister, why were you concerned that the Post Office Minister might not be okay that the Post Office had appointed Mark Davis?
Mark Davis had worked for my husband. And
He was your husband's, Jack Straw's, former special advisor, SPAD.
He was, yes. One of the new posts which the Post Office needed to create and fill was a communications director following its independence from the Royal Mail. Up until April 2012, when the Post Office was part of Royal Mail, that communications function was exercised through the Royal Mail Group. And so although there was somebody in the communications directorate in the Royal Mail who was the Post Office person in that team, there wasn't anybody at the level with the relevant experience to carry out the role for the newly created Post Office, particularly given the agenda that we were trying to implement. I think that decision had been taken before I came on board. I can't remember. But anyway, that decision was taken. And there was going to be a proper process involving headhunters and a proper selection process. And I remember that it occurred to me that Mark, who I knew simply through the work that he had done for my husband, was not particularly happy. I'd heard that he was not particularly happy where he was working, and I thought that he would be a strong candidate for the post. And I remember thinking at the time, I wondered whether I should even raise that because of the potential conflict that it could look...
It looked too cosy.
It looked too cosy. And I nearly didn't suggest it. And then I thought that was completely ridiculous because he would so obviously be very good at the role. And why on earth would you not put somebody forward who was eminently qualified, both in terms of his experience and also his public service values, for that role, just because he'd worked for your husband? So I did suggest to Paula, or I can't remember if I suggested to Paula or I suggested to Mark, but anyway, one way or another, Mark's name was given to the headhunters and he was then included in the selection process, and I had absolutely nothing whatever to do with that.
Okay, and so you're checking here that the potential for this to be viewed as sort of a cosy stitch-up
Exactly.
Hadn't occurred to or was operating on the mind of the minister?
I would have wanted to be absolutely clear, above board, and I would have wanted it to have been drawn explicitly to the minister's attention for all those reasons.
Okay, if we scroll up, please. Miss Bennell's replies, if you look at the third paragraph, she says, I haven't mentioned specifically this week to NL. We needn't read the rest of it because she essentially gets the wrong end of the stick. She thinks you're speaking about, have you run past Norman Lamb the issue of whether we should proactively offer interviews before second sight? Okay,
I see.
So she gets the wrong end of the stick.
Okay.
And then if we go to page 1 at the bottom, you put her right. You say my query re Norman Lamb was in relation to Mark's arrival, not the issue of substance.
Yes.
And then if we scroll up, second paragraph is her reply.
Okay.
Norman Lamb was grateful that I mentioned it. I explained the proper process that had been followed and the calibre of the candidates he'd been competing with for the role. I had to leave a message, but he texted back and said something like, I appreciate the information, thank you, that all sounds fine. And we had a great time over supper, he's good company. And then at the top of the page, I'm very glad you did this, you reply, right thing to do, and he responded in the right way I thought he would. I've no idea whether we will get any flack about Mark, but if we do, we're in a perfect place to handle it.
Yeah.
So the flack is the cosy stitch-up suggestion.
Absolutely.
And the perfect place to handle it, you're saying that because it's been run past the minister?
No, I think, well, yes, it had been run past the minister, that was certainly part of it, but also because we'd done the proper thing, we'd been scrupulous about it.
To what extent, following this, did you rely on Mark Davies' advice as to the substance of decisions to be taken, as opposed to the later presentation and disclosure of such decisions to the media, i.e. after the decision had been taken?
I would have relied on Mark solely for his experience and professionalism around the public relations angle of things.
So not to contribute to the substance of a decision taken, only to take advice from him on the presentation of the decision after it had been taken?
Well, I think when you're thinking about decisions in a very public environment, one of the factors you want to take into account, you want to be aware of is, how would this come across? But that's not a basis on, you take a decision to do the right thing and then you work out how you're going to communicate it. But it's helpful to know in advance whether the way you communicate it is going to be a big issue or not.
To what extent, to your knowledge, did Paula Venables include Mark Davies in the taking of decisions as opposed to the presentation and disclosure of such decisions after they had been made?
I wouldn't have had visibility of that.
Do you know the extent to which Miss Venables relied on Mark Davies to shape and set the direction for the Post Office's policy and strategy on issues?
I don't know. I can't really answer that. I mean, he was a trusted member of Paula's team, and the board was very impressed with him. But as to the extent to which she relied on him for the substance rather than the presentation, I really don't know.
I mean, here he's being relied on even before he's joined the company.
But for a PR...
For a PR issue?
Yes, for a PR issue. But yes, he clearly is. But I didn't know that at the time, I don't think.
Well, I think you did, because you were on this email exchange.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't remember that.
Can we turn, please, to poll 00295300? And page 2 at the bottom, please. We're in June 2012 here, and there's an email from Lord Arbuthnot to you and to Miss Venables about the second site's terms of reference. Right. Thank you for sending me your proposed terms of reference. They're most helpful. A couple of issues have struck me. I wonder if you might give me your thoughts. The first is that you're proposing that meetings should be held with MPs, but not necessarily with the relevant sub-postmasters there to put their side of the story. And MPs will not know as much as the sub-postmasters will. And so the issue will not be resolved unless the MPs are also given the chance to have their constituents at their meeting. What about the advisors? Surely they ought to be included as well. since we're trying to clear the matter up in a robust and transparent matter, it does seem to me that this needs further thought. And then if we go to the bottom of page 1, please. There's Ms. Vennell's reply. Firstly, let me reassure you that Alice and I intend total transparency, as I'm sure you sensed from the meeting we arranged for you and Oliver. The queries you raise are entirely valid. We're dealing with particularly sensitive and personal situations. Third paragraph, rather than a blanket approach, we take each case separately. We're dealing with individuals' lives and livelihoods. And then further up, please. That email is sent on to, amongst others, Glenda Hansen, your executive assistant. And Miss Vennell says, I'll call Alice tomorrow, PM or not, hopefully after meeting James, or at least having a time in the diary over the next 2 days. I should also have had a chat with Mark Davies by then, which I know will reassure her too. So, again, before Mr. Davies has even taken up his post at the post office, Ms. Vennell's was expressing a view that you would be assured that she had had a chat with him before speaking to you. Yes?
Looks like that, yes.
So a CEO indicating that the chairman of a company would be assured after she had had a call with the new communications lead than if she had not done so. Was that because she knew that Mr. Davies was somebody that you yourself particularly trusted?
I don't know exactly what it was she was going to have a chat with him about. I mean, it clearly is about Lord Arbuthnot's message, but what aspect of it is not clear from this. I think that at the time, and I can't remember the detail of this, but there was really almost no communications input into the post office top team at that point. And I think we were feeling the lack of it. But I don't remember this email.
But how would, bearing in mind this is 3 weeks or so before Mr. Davies joined the company, why would Paula Vennell's chatting with him give you reassurance? He'd never worked for you, had he?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I knew that I knew that my husband had rated him, and I knew that he had a very good reputation, both within the special advisor community and that he was very much trusted in the media world.
When he joined the post office, did he perform the role of a special advisor rather than a communications lead? I
don't think so. I mean, look, I don't know exactly what kind of all the conversations that Paula had with Mark, but certainly as far as I was concerned, Mark was there to do the communications role, and that's, when I sought his advice, that's what I was seeking his advice on.
Can we turn to poll 0031 7714? Bottom of page 1. And over to page 2. We're now in 2015.
Yeah.
An email from Mr. Davies to you directly. Hi, Alice. Hope all is well and sorry to be bringing Sparrow to you. I've drafted a note below for colleagues. I thought I would let you see the update now. It's still a live situation. I will update the board fully on Thursday. And then if we just scroll down, it's essentially a briefing about how the post office is going to engage with the planned Panorama programme.
Yeah.
And then if we go back to page 1 and scroll down to see your reply. Thanks for updating me, Mark. It sounds difficult, but I'm confident nobody could be handling it better than you. And then you go on to discuss the issues of substance. Was it usual for you as the chairman of the company to have direct access to or direct communications with Mr. Davies?
I would have had direct access to and communications with any of the executive directors.
Without going through Ms. Venables, who's not copied in?
No, she's not copied in. I mean, yes, I think I did sometimes have bilateral conversations or bilateral correspondence with them, but I would, you know, if there was anything new of substance, then I would have raised that with her in one of our weekly meetings or some other time.
You say, did you know Claire Summer from the Ministry of Justice? What's that about?
So I saw this correspondence very recently, I think last week. And I have to say that with the benefit of hindsight, I don't think I should have entered into this conversation. But Claire Sumner was somebody who had been a civil servant. I'd known her particularly from my role in the Cabinet Office because of her position in the civil service, and she was by then working at the BBC.
And so the TH?
The TH is Tony Hall.
Tony Hall, the then chairman of the BBC?
No, he was the Director General.
Director General, thank you. So what you were doing was proposing to Mark Davies potentially contacting, by reason of a previous connection in government, the then Chief of Staff of the Director General about a programme to be broadcast by Panorama about the Post Office.
I was reminding him of her existence and the role that she was in, yes.
Presumably to exert some influence.
I thought, I don't know what was going through my mind at the time.
But can you help us?
Can I help you in what way?
With what was going through your mind? Because of past connections with government,
yes.
When you were part of government,
yeah.
My husband Spad, did you come into contact with this other person in government who now occupies a favourable position in the BBC? We're in dispute with the BBC. Maybe you should get into Claire Sumner.
I knew Claire Sumner in my own right, so that had nothing to do with a connection with my husband. Mark Davies was the person I knew through the connection with my husband. And yes, I obviously was suggesting, I thought Mark probably would have known her, and I was suggesting he might consider getting in touch with her.
If we scroll up, please. He says, I do know Claire. I might drop her a line. I always worry about going too nuclear too early, but I think this is getting to that point now, I think. Did the Post Office go nuclear with Panorama?
The Post Office was strong with Panorama. I wouldn't use the word nuclear.
Can we go back a little, please, to December 2014? I think that can come down, thank you. I think you're aware of Mr. Davies appearing on the BBC Radio 4 Today programme and referring to sub-postmasters who'd been convicted of criminal offences, some of whom had been imprisoned, as experiencing lifestyle issues.
Yes.
And were you aware of that at the time it was broadcast?
I think I may have heard it, yes.
Presumably because this was quite a mainstream media platform, Radio 4 Today programme.
Because Radio 4 Today programme was on in our house every morning.
Was this comment that he made drawn to your attention afterwards?
I can't remember. I think I was aware of it, and I remember thinking that that it was ill-judged.
Can you recall how it was handled, if at all, within the post office?
No, I don't remember.
Was anything done about it?
I don't remember.
Can we turn to poll 00101860? Go down, please, to page 2. Thank you. 14th of December, you're emailing Mr. Davies. So this is after the Today programme. And the second substantive paragraph. On Sparrow, the Financial Times piece is obviously unhelpful. It made me think about whether it's in our best interest to maintain confidentiality. It probably is, but if we haven't already, perhaps we should just ask ourselves that question. As long as we stick by our rules and they don't, we will not be able to respond to their allegations about the process. On the other hand, it's binary. If we start to play by their rules, we could find ourselves giving a running commentary about it. Can you remember the context of this, please?
I don't remember this Financial Times piece at all.
Can we scroll up to see what Mr. Davies replies? He says, second paragraph, so it's back to you with Ms. Bennells and Belinda Crowe copied in. On Horizon, it's a fine balance. The team and I have been working pretty much all weekend on the parliamentary debate and, frankly, duelling with the BBC over their plans for a further round of broadcasts on Wednesday. A legal letter will go in the morning. Our approach will be to answer any specific points outside confidentiality. They're very serious, such as alleged failure to follow due process, so we must. But I so think we need to maintain confidentiality for scheme applicants. I think that might mean, but I also think we need to maintain confidentiality for scheme applicants. I called the BBC editor on Friday to make this point. With every broadcast, they're putting a risk in the way of applicants having their cases heard. Calling my team this afternoon to discuss next steps, and we'll certainly have your points in mind. Part of the challenge here is the BBC are playing games. It may well be that if we can't provide a spokesperson, they can broadcast it. They can't broadcast it as it would lack balance. And so, do you understand this to mean that refusing to provide a spokesperson would be a tactic used by the Post Office in the hope that the BBC would not broadcast because of a perceived lack of balance?
That is what this is saying, yes.
Was what Mr. Davies wrote here your view of what was happening, that the Post Office was duelling with the BBC?
I don't remember exactly what this is about, and it would have been, it would have been his view. I wasn't engaged in this. I'm just listening to what he's telling me, and I'm just contributing some comments.
Was the Post Office viewing itself as being embroiled in a battle against the campaigning sub-postmasters?
I think it was, yes. I think it was.
And were staff fighting to protect the reputation of the Post Office?
People were fighting to protect the reputation of the Post Office, as we now know, based on a completely wrong understanding of the facts.
Is that how the scandal was then viewed internally by Post Office staff? A rather bloody PR battle in which they were entrenched against the campaigning sub-postmasters?
I wouldn't use those words. I think that what was going on here was that the post office was trying to, we talked a bit about this yesterday, was trying to protect its reputation as an organisation that could be trusted by the public and by its sub-postmasters and its employees in a situation where allegations were being made that it couldn't be trusted. People within the post office, or at least speaking for myself, and I'm very confident that my fellow non-executive board members, our understanding of the situation was that those allegations did not have substance. And we were worried about the reputation of the post office suffering from allegations that were not substantiated.
If we scroll up, please. Belinda Crow replies, happy to join a call. I didn't respond, but we're on really dodgy ground if we get into the detail of cases. However, as you know, we have some good answers to some of the points raised, and provided we can position this in a way that under no circumstances can it be construed as commenting on a case, we should be in quite a strong position with our statement. I keep trying to think of Kipling. I think you were familiar with Belinda Crow, is that right?
Yes, I knew. I worked with Belinda at the post office, yes.
And did you, were you responsible for her appointment?
I didn't know Belinda until she joined the post office. Her name was, I think, suggested either to me or to Paula as somebody who could be helpful, I think initially in relation to the work we were doing on mutualisation, which was under-resourced.
She refers to getting on to really dodgy ground if the post office got into the detail of cases. Do you know why at this time the post office would be on dodgy ground if it got into the detail of individual cases?
I think she's referring to the confidentiality point.
Rather than the substance?
Yes. I think what must have been happening here is that either the BBC or the Financial Times or somebody else was and this does, I've seen this happen in other contexts, they start to talk about personal confidential issues about particular cases and the organisation concerned is unable to answer those points because it feels itself bound by confidentiality, which the commentators are not being bound by. So it's a kind of unequal conversation you're having.
At she ends, I'm trying to think of Kipling, which presumably is, if you can keep your head whilst all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you.
I imagine that, but I have no idea.
No. And then Mr. Davies replies, and I'll try to do this justice, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who actually does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms with the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. So that is his place. So that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Now, I'm not sure Theodore Roosevelt quite had in mind a government-owned entity battling its own staff over whether it was complicit in the procurement of wrongful convictions. But does this give an insight into what Mr. Davies saw as his role at the post office?
I think that this is did I see this email exchange at the time?
No. I'm asking you about how Mr. Davies was acting.
Yes.
What he saw his role as.
I think that he was just, he must have been feeling under a lot of pressure.
Was it your view that the post office team regarded themselves as marred by dust and sweat and blood in a worthy battle against their sub-postmasters?
I wouldn't have put it like that.
Thank you. They're the only questions I ask you. Sir, can we take the second morning break until 12:30?
And then I understand the plan is to have one set of questioning of Ms. Perkins, which will last up to 40 minutes. Is that the idea? So we have a late lunch. Is that that's the
right?
plan?
Yes, a 10-minute late lunch.
Yeah, fine. Well, that's very good sleight of hand, if I may say so. Mr. Beale, our lunchtime gets less and less in time. Right, so we'll have our 10-minute break, and then whoever's first up will have 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Who's first up? Right, jolly good. Yeah.
How's that? Thank you, Ms. Perkins. I ask questions for sub-postmasters, very many of them who are represented by Howe & Co., most of whom, if not all, are following the proceedings this afternoon. My first question for you is, did you protect the sub-postmasters in your role as chairman of the board?
I did my best to protect sub-postmasters.
Did you succeed in protecting them, Ms. Perkins?
No, obviously not.
Did you consider that the board was under a duty to protect sub-postmasters?
The board was under a duty to run the company properly, and that clearly included looking after the interests of all the people who worked in the company.
So I think your answer is yes.
Yes.
And you referred this morning to Sir Anthony Hooper's evidence. You say you dispute that these conversations happened, but that's another point for another day. Essentially, the point he was making was that it didn't make sense that people of good character would all turn to crime at approximately the same time in circumstances where they were bound to be caught because they had to balance at the end of the balancing period. Wasn't that a point that was obvious to the board, or should have been obvious to the board, regardless of whether Sir Anthony had raised it with you?
It was a point clearly that was not obvious to the board, because if it had been obvious to the board, we would have taken different actions.
Okay, why do you say it wasn't obvious? We have large numbers of people selected because they are of good character. Suddenly, there's a raft of prosecutions, a raft of allegations. They all claim that the system is to blame. And it appears that large numbers of people who are otherwise honest were turning to crime roughly at about the same time. Surely, and that was what was being said in the press, Private Eye, Computer Weekly, surely the board must have been aware of this.
So your question implies that this was happening out of the blue at the time that I and my fellow board members were there. In fact, this had been happening over a very, very long period. And we became aware of it only slowly. It wasn't as though there was suddenly a huge implosion of cases. So I think that's a misleading way of putting it.
Well, let's move on to another issue that no action was taken on. Yesterday at around 4:10, you were taken to an email that Paula Venables sent to you on the 21st of October 2013. We don't need to pull it up, but she says, Mike said, my concern Ray Sparrow currently is our obligations of disclosure, Ray an unsafe witness. And then in brackets, the representative from Fujitsu made statements about no bugs, which later could be seen to have been undermined by the second site report. We don't think it material, but it could be high profile. Martin E., that's Martin Edwards, is briefed if you want more detail. This is just in case. Now, you said yesterday you took it at face value and you shouldn't have done. Didn't you accept, as chairman of the board, that this was an enormous issue that potentially rendered criminal convictions unsafe?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Didn't you accept, or couldn't you see from that email, that this was an enormous issue that potentially rendered criminal convictions unsafe?
I didn't see it from that email, and if I had seen it from that email, I would have done something about it.
Well, what you were being told at face value was essentially the Simon Clark advice, that a representative from Fujitsu made statements about no bugs.
I was told that it was not material, and I was also told that I was being told just in case.
You said in your evidence today that sometime in 2014 you expressed concerns about the Chief Executive, Paula Venables. Is that right?
Yes.
Did there come a time when you stopped taking her at face value and started taking the initiative yourself?
I think I did take my initiative myself right at the very, very beginning. of my time at the post office, when I was the person who decided that the post office should undertake a new independent review of the sub-postmasters cases.
This issue, the Gareth Jenkins issue, had legal implications. Didn't you think that you should speak to your General Counsel about this?
If I had thought I should speak to the General Counsel, I would have done so.
During your tenure as chairman, there were a lot of red flags which the board should have acted on. Do you accept that?
During my tenure, there were a lot of what I would describe as clues. I absolutely accept that. But I think that one of the great difficulties that we are in at the moment is that we know the truth of what happened now, and we can see it being laid out very plainly, and it's becoming clearer and clearer as this inquiry goes on. But at the time that I and my fellow board members were in post, that was absolutely not the position.
Very well. Well, let's take the clues cumulatively. There were the clues that constitute Sir Anthony Hooper's point. There were the clues in relation to the Gareth Jenkins issue, matters raised by Private Eye, Computer Weekly, the JFSA, and Second Sight. There were quite a lot of clues coming together, weren't there?
I was not in receipt of the clue from Sir Anthony Hooper. I think I need to be clear about the clues that I was aware of and the clues that I was not aware of.
Well, let's talk about the matters that you were aware of. Do you accept that the matters that you were aware of were relevant to the reputation of the post office as a public institution?
Clearly, yes.
Do you accept that the matters that you were aware of may have attracted public interest?
Yes.
Do you accept that these matters might have had an impact on the value of the post office brand?
Yes.
Do you accept that these were matters that were involving prosecution decisions which were material to the interests of the post office group?
But we believed that what we were doing we believed that what we were doing was right, because on the basis of what we believed to be the position.
Well, that's not the question that I asked. Do you accept that the matters that you knew were matters involving prosecution decisions which were material to the interests of the post office?
Oh,
group?
I see. Yes.
Sorry, if I'm going too quickly.
You are going extremely quickly, and I've had a very long morning.
I will slow right down. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Can I then ask you to look at a document? It's the board terms of reference. It's WITN 00220103. And if we can scroll down, you'll see your name is there as chairman of the board, and the other non-executive directors, chief executive, chief financial officer. And if we could go down to page 2 of 5, where it says duties and responsibilities. And it says, in addition to its legal duties, the board has the following specific responsibilities. And then if we could scroll down to the next bullet point, which is on the next page. Maintenance of the reputation of the post office as a public institution, including consideration of new products and activities which may attract public interest or have an impact on the value of the post office brand. So these issues that the board was aware of engage their duties and responsibilities under this bullet point, don't they?
They do, yeah.
If we could scroll down further then, please, to page 3 of 5, matters reserved for board decision, D. The following matters are reserved specifically for board decision. When indicated with a star, the board may delegate authority to a board subcommittee to bring forward a recommendation for approval or to complete a project or task on behalf of the board. And if we then go to section D, scrolling down, please. Sorry, keep scrolling down, please. I think it's section 5. Governance. Keep scrolling down. 6, governance. Here we are. And bullet point 5. The next one down, sorry. Decisions on the potential prosecution, defence or settlement of litigation involving the potential costs of more than £1 million or otherwise being material to the interests of the group. So these were the matters that the board knew engaged this part of the terms of reference, don't they?
Sorry, what was your question?
The matters that you say the board were aware of, the clues,
Yes.
engages this aspect of the terms of reference of the board, doesn't it?
Yes.
So it was the function of the board to be proactive in relation to its terms of reference, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
It was not the function of the board to sit back and accept everything that its executives were telling it. Is that fair?
Yes.
And in sitting back and accepting without challenging what Paul Venables and others were telling you, do you agree that the board did not act in accordance with its own terms of reference?
I think that that's a big generalisation. So I would say that, first of all, in respect of the board's wider responsibilities, which we're perfectly properly not discussing here, the board absolutely fulfilled its responsibilities. I think it's clear from the ground that I've covered over the last day and a half that there are quite specific issues where I now think that the board should have followed things up or should have challenged things in a way that it didn't at the time. And I've been very straightforward about that. You said at the beginning of my questions to you that you agree that the board had duties towards the sub-postmasters. Yes.
At paragraph 51 of your statement, I'll just read it out, you say it would not have been appropriate for the board to be involved in the granular day-to-day operations of the business any more than it would have been for the board of a large commercial company. That's the wrong approach, isn't it?
Well, if I'd thought it was the wrong approach, I wouldn't have put it in my witness statement.
Well, we're suggesting that what you put in your witness statement is wrong. That wasn't the right approach for you to take.
It wasn't, in my view, all boards have a really difficult line to tread between exercising a strategic, giving the company, the organisation in question, strategic input into their business activities and standing back and being more objective about what's going on. They also have duties to hold the executives to account and to challenge them. You have all the time to be thinking about where is the right place to draw that line, because if as a board you get too far into the operational detail, you can't fulfill your wider responsibilities. So that's something that you're constantly juggling. I think I have, as I said a minute ago, I have already explained where I think we should have been more questioning or should have pursued things in more detail. We did not get that right in every instance.
You remember you said yesterday I was prepared to lift the rock and see what was underneath it.
Yes.
Our clients take the view that the board was asleep at the helm and no one lifted the rock. They accepted blandly what Venables and other people were telling them.
If you look at what happened in my early months at the post office, you will absolutely see that I lifted the rock, and I pretty much did it entirely on my own at that point.
In relation to what you say about a strategic approach in respect of large commercial companies, wasn't it all the more important for the board to have been proactive in the sub-postmasters cases? Because this was a publicly owned company that was bringing actions against people that resulted in imprisonment, desperate financial hardship, the breakup of families, health breaking down, and real damage to sub-postmasters and their families. Shouldn't you have taken a more compassionate and less corporate approach?
I'm just in danger of repeating myself. I have already said where I think we should have pursued things more than we did. We acted in the belief that the advice that we had received was correct, and we didn't understand what it was that we had not received.
Well, wasn't it also the case that the board saw the sub-postmasters and their claims as damaging to the brand, and that is why the board didn't protect the sub-postmasters?
The reason that the board didn't take a different line in relation to the prosecutions was because we mistakenly believed the position that was being explained to us by the post office's executives.
Which executives?
Mr. Jacobs, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I just take 1 or 2 minutes from you? Because I've still got in front of me the terms of reference, and I'd just like to ask Ms. Perkins a question about the bullet point that's highlighted there, which I interpret to mean as follows, that in relation to litigation, which has a value of £1 million or more, if you add up the damages or costs or whatever,
Yes.
then the board itself has to make a decision about what to do about it. But then we have this other rather imprecise phrase, or being otherwise material to the interests of the group. Now, forgive me, the interests of the group, is that sort of taken from the time when it was the Royal Mail Group and has just been drafted on, so to speak, or was there a post office group after separation?
There were various iterations of these terms of reference at
Right.
different points. And looking at this now, I can see that the word group does look odd.
Anyway, that wasn't the main point. It was the main point I wanted to ask you about is how the board interpreted the phrase being otherwise material to the interests, and let's say, of the post office. It's a very, as I say, imprecise phrase.
It is a very imprecise
So
phrase.
how did you go about deciding whether or not this should be a board decision or a decision made by someone else, in effect?
I think that we would have been mindful of the effects of these sorts of issues on the shareholder. I think we would have been mindful, as has been discussed at length, of their effect on the post office's reputation. And in addition to this point about costs of more than 1 million, we were also looking at cumulative costs.
Would I be right in thinking that the board itself would only be in a position to make a decision as to who should make the decision if the particular problem was brought before the board? In other words, you didn't have an internal mechanism whereby, I don't know, every 3 or 6 months, you checked upon whether there were decisions which the board, as opposed to Mr. X or Ms. Y, should be taking.
In relation to prosecution, yes, you are right about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So effectively, in relation to criminal prosecutions, the board delegated the responsibility to the relevant executives. Is that it, in a
Yes,
nutshell?
it is in a nutshell. Could I say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, well.
I think it's in my witness statement that very early on when I arrived in the post office, Susan Crichton, who was then the General Counsel, explained to me that the post office took private prosecutions and that this was handled at arm's length from the board. And I accepted that proposition. I think now, knowing everything that I know, we should have really early on taken a paper. There should have been at least a paper to the board, and probably leading to further discussion or briefing, so that we really understood what all that meant. Mm-hmm. And what happened was that because we were plunged into the separation negotiations, which were way behind schedule, because I didn't inherit a fully functioning board, and I was populating it for all those other reasons, this was something that we didn't get to, which with the benefit of hindsight, I think it would have made a very big difference if we had got to it early on.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Jacobs, I'll give you an extra minute or two if you need
Thank
it.
you, sir. There should always be a system, shouldn't there, in a board structure such as post office, of reviewing decisions and recording how advice given by executives was considered and looked at. We don't see that here, do we?
So I'm not quite sure what you're...
There should be an audit system, a risk system, where you look at the advice that the executives are giving you and analyse it and audit that and minute it. Did you just accept what the executives were telling you and not act any further?
No, we often question what the advice that we were being given, and one of the and the other thing that I was supported by the board trying to get accepted as a kind of way of working was that when things had gone wrong, that we would look back at them and analyse what had gone wrong so that we could learn lessons for the future.
Review the decisions and then go back to them to see if they need it. Was there a practice in the post office whereby the board would review its own decision and then go back to that decision and see if the decision was properly made?
Well, that's what I'm referring to by talking about introducing the culture of having lessons learned reviews.
Right. You said early on that you were let down by the executives, and at paragraph 82 of your statement you say that material information was only summarised in an incomplete way, and you say the board didn't ask questions that might have got to the truth of the matter. The question I was going to ask you, Ms. Perkins, is which executives in particular, and can you name them, only gave you information in an incomplete way and didn't give you enough information for you to properly look at the matter?
Well, I discussed that with Mr. Beer yesterday.
Well, can you discuss it with me as well, please?
And I said that I thought that both Susan Crichton and Chris Ojard as General Counsel had both had not given us direct access to advice that we should have been given, or explained that advice to us clearly, and that some of the advice that they received was described in a way that didn't give a full picture of the truth.
Susan Crichton has said in her evidence that it was unusual for there not to be a lawyer present as a full-time board member. Do you agree with that? In retrospect, do you think if there had been lawyers on the board, these issues might have been grasped or understood a bit better?
So I think there are two aspects to that. There's the question of whether, had the General Counsel of the day been present at all board meetings, these kinds of issues might have been revealed to the board. I think on the basis of what we've seen, I don't think that we can make that presumption in this instance. I have said in my witness statement that reflecting on these events, which I have done at great length, I do think that we lacked. We lacked having somebody who was a non-executive member of the board who really had a grasp of the detail of these kinds of issues. And that could have been, it could have been possible to have made the case for an extra board member had I seen, or had we seen, that that skill set was really necessary. An alternative way of getting that expertise, which I floated in my witness statement, but which I'm not completely convinced about, is whether what we should have done is to have gone and got some external advice which would come directly to the board on these matters. But one of the reasons why, there are several reasons why I'm not sure that that would have made a difference. And it's very detrimental to the relationship between a board and its executives to bring in that kind of, to bring in that kind of external advice. It creates tensions in the relationship which can have adverse consequences.
Do you accept now that if you had had a lawyer full-time on the board, that it would have been less easy for the executives to pull the wool over your eyes?
You're talking about a non-executive director, is that what you're talking about? Possibly, yes. I can't be sure. It would have depended on, it would have depended on a great many things. And one of the other things that we will never know is, had the board asked more questions than it did, had the board pursued some of these things that we should have pursued in more depth, now that now we can see that now, knowing what we know now, would it actually have got to the truth? I don't think we can, I certainly can't be sure of that.
Well, I want to move on to the question of remote access. You say at paragraph 225 of your statement that you weren't aware that the question of remote access was an issue that could threaten the integrity of prosecutions, and you go on to say you would have expected to have been advised if this was the case so that the board could act in the light of all relevant information. Do you accept, or did you know at the time, that a sub-postmaster facing prosecution, if that person knew about the possibility of remote access to a branch, they would be in a position to say there's scope for doubt that the alleged shortfalls in the system emanated from the system and not from them?
Could you take me to that paragraph in my witness statement?
It's yes, of course. It's 225, which is on page 113. Page 112, I'm sorry. And round about the fifth line, as I mentioned, I was not aware that this was an issue that could threaten the integrity of prosecutions, and would have expected to be advised if this was the case so that the board could act in the light of all the relevant information. Then you go on to talk about the Ismay report and having no back doors. But has that refreshed your memory?
So I'm saying this in the context of what we were discussing at the Audit and Risk Committee on the 23rd of May 212, in the context of this Ernst & Young audit. That's where I'm saying that. I'm not saying I never had any idea that remote access was an issue. What I'm saying here is that I didn't make the connection between the point that was being made in this Ernst & Young audit about their ability to audit the accounts and the position of sub-postmasters. That's what I'm saying here.
were you aware that Post Office knew about the remote access capability from 2010?
No, I wasn't aware of that. And it says, I mean, absolutely I wasn't aware of that. If I'd known that, I would have behaved in a different way.
There's a document that's known to the inquiry where there was a discussion, a meeting in September 2010 between Fujitsu staff and Post Office staff.
In 2010?
In September 2010, before your time.
Okay.
Before your time.
Right.
In relation to the mismatch bug. And one of the solutions, I'm just going to read it out, was alter the horizon branch figure at the counter to show the discrepancy. Fujitsu would have to manually write an entry value to the local branch account. And then it said impact. When the branch comes to complete the next trading period, they would have a discrepancy which they would have to bring to account. And then risk. This has a significant data integrity concern and could lead to questions of tampering with the branch horizon system, and could generate questions around how the discrepancy was caused. This solution could have moral implications for Post Office changing branch data without informing the branch. So they knew all about it in 2010. And my question for you is, how is it that this information, the knowledge of the Post Office, never came to the board's attention?
It was... I'm not the person who can answer that question, I'm afraid.
You had responsibility to protect the interests of sub-postmasters. This was a key issue that went to the integrity of prosecutions. All the meetings, all the papers that you read, all the consultations that you had, why did this issue never come up? Why did you never raise this? Why did the board never raise this?
Because we were being given constant, repeated assurances that remote access was not possible.
You said yesterday that the problem with the Post Office's conduct and the points that were missed were that it was because people were not paying attention, and you said maybe it was too difficult. You also said, in your words, that cock-up rather than conspiracy lay behind the failures that led to Post Office defending the Horizon system in the way that it did. Do you now accept, looking back, there was a conspiracy? People were lying to MPs, people were lying to the board. This was quite deliberate. It wasn't just not paying attention or it being too difficult. Can you accept that now?
I simply do not know, as I said yesterday, why people did not pass on information that they should have passed on to the board.
Finally, I'm going to ask you about suspense accounts. Now, I know you've said that wasn't an issue that you had a great deal of knowledge about, but there was a paper that the board received after the Select Committee meeting in February 2015, where the Select Committee said that the Post Office was denying second site access to information about movements in relation to suspense accounts. Do you recall that?
I think I covered that in my...
You did, yes. Paragraph 79.2.3.
Would you mind... I can't remember.
No, of course. It's a long statement, Ms. Perkins. So, paragraph 79.2.3 in the witness statement, which is WITN 00740-100, and it's page 34. If we could scroll down. The board also received a paper on supplementary evidence which the Post Office was giving as part of the BIS Select Committee investigation, in which the issue of suspense accounts was discussed. I understand from this paper that the BIS Select Committee was informed that the Post Office was denying second site access to information about movements into and out of the suspense account.
I understand that in June 2014, Second Sight asked the Post Office to explain the operation of its suspense account, and the Post Office replied in July...
Yes.
2014.
Were you aware at the time why this was being asked? Sub-postmasters who paid money to the post office on account of alleged shortfalls so they could continue trading and not be prosecuted or have their contracts terminated, physically handed money over to the post office. And Second Sight believed that that money, the sub-postmaster's own money, was absorbed into post office general accounts. Were you aware that that was the nub of the issue here?
I think I've explained that I didn't understand this. I didn't know about the suspense account issue directly.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying in my witness statement. I've got nothing to add to that.
Well, taking suspense accounts out of the question then, what did the board do to look into what had happened to the money that these people paid? Was that something that ever came up?
I don't remember that the board did look into that.
And are you able to say why it is that even today sub-postmasters do not know how the money that they paid was accounted for or where it has gone?
I can only talk about the things that I knew about when I was in my position.
Well, from your experience, from when you were in your position.
I can't give you...
You can't answer that
I can't
question.
answer that question.
I'm just going to see if I have any more questions to ask. I'm asked to ask you, in relation to your opening statement to the sub-postmasters yesterday, you said, "I'm sorry that I cannot say that despite serious efforts on my part to get to the bottom of what was going on, I did not succeed in doing so during my 4 years at the post office, and therefore the suffering of those affected was prolonged." Those sub-postmasters who we represent maintain that your efforts as chair of the board were seriously lacking. Can you respond to that, please?
I would say that I took some big steps to try and deal with this issue. When I was when I first heard that Lord Arbuthnot had issues that he wanted to raise in relation to this, I agreed to see him immediately without hesitation. I got the distinct impression from him that he had not been able to get that kind of response from anybody in Royal Mail or Post Office before that. At my first meeting with him, I suggested that there should be an independent review of those cases. I went back to the Post Office and said that this was what I had suggested. I was told it was a bad idea, that it was unnecessary, and that the Post Office didn't have the capacity to handle that. Absolutely nothing happened about it. I wouldn't let go. I went back and argued for it. It was then agreed that we should have that review. I was then pushing and pushing and pushing for the terms of reference of that investigation to be broadened and not limited in the ways that were being suggested. And later on, I and the board as a whole were very, very open, supportive of the idea of doing a second kind of review through Deloitte, which, as I discussed this morning with Mr. Beer, was something which was not followed up in the way that I think, with the benefit of hindsight, it should have been. But there were a whole load of steps that were taken by me that made a difference, not in the way anybody would have wanted, but that...
Yes.
Is that? And I would also like to say, since I'm having this thrown at me, that there were a number of other steps that were taken while I was chair of the board, which include the fact that we reviewed the prosecution's policy, and I would personally have taken that further, and had I known and had the board known of the first piece of Simon Clarke advice, I am very, very clear that we would have taken a decision to stop private prosecutions at that point. And we had already been told that once the Second Sight review was underway, prosecutions based entirely on horizon evidence were ceased.
Ms. Perkins, what blame do you accept personally?
I think we've covered a lot of that over the last day and a half. I have talked about specific instances where I think, with the benefit of hindsight, I or the board should have taken things further.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Right. I will take back a few minutes from Mr. Beer, and we'll start again at 2:15. Sorry, 2:10. Can't take too many minutes back from him. 2:10.
Sir. It's Miss Watt on behalf of the NFSP and then Mr. Henry.
Just going to move a little this way so I can see you, Miss Watt.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Henry.
I think if Mr. Henry sits there, then maybe Miss Perkins can
No,
see
Miss
me.
Perkins will.
Sorry. Thank you.
I think we were fine now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Perkins. I ask questions on behalf of the NFSP. At paragraph 4 of your witness statement, I'm not going to turn it up, I'm just going to refer to something you say there. You say the failures by the Post Office and the Royal Mail Group prior to the separation of the two companies were considerable and devastating in their impact on the lives of many affected sub-postmasters and their families. I just wanted to start off by asking if you would expand that to acknowledge that the failures also had a devastating impact on postmaster assistants, Crown Office employees and their families, because they were also prosecuted and are also victims.
Yes.
Would you agree that the failures throughout, and that includes the period 2011 to 2015 when you led the board, also had a considerable impact on the communities that the affected post offices and sub-postmasters served?
Yes, they must have done.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear.
Oh, sorry, my fault. It's because I was trying to see you.
Oh, sorry.
And I moved away from the mic. Sorry.
Thank you. And would you accept that indeed this is a continuing situation? In other words, it is the case, isn't it, that there is a devastating impact on the post offices and sub-postmasters of today from the damage done to the reputation of the post office and therefore to the value of their investment in their businesses?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with how the post office is currently faring in that way.
Do you accept that that is caused or substantially contributed to by the failures of you and your board at material time? And just to explain, by failures, I mean the failure to notice, question and act on any material piece of information, all as discussed in your evidence these last 2 days, which might have brought a different outcome to this.
I think that I have accepted over the last 2 days that there were specific areas where I think that the board or I should have pursued things. I have, think, covered that ground. But as I have also said, there were a whole number of areas where either as a consequence of my personal actions or the board actions, things were done which led to, the fact that we set up the second site inquiry, notwithstanding the problems with that, did lead to the unravelling in the end of all of this. And there were a number of actions that we took which were very positive in this context. During the time that I was in the chair, the number of prosecutions being carried out by the Post Office dropped to 0 in 2 of the years, and I think to 1 or 2 in 1 of the years. It's a completely different picture from the picture which I inherited.
Just picking up on that, you've said several times during your evidence that certainly at the start of your tenure you lifted the rock to see what was underneath. Can I put it to you that, while that may well be the case at the start, would you accept that what then happened is you put the rock back down and just became part of the corporate reputation protection, which was at the very least completely incurious?
So I wouldn't accept that, no. I don't think there's really anything that I can add substantively to what I've said on this subject.
Just finally on this part, would you accept that this scandal and your part in it has had an impact on the British taxpayers who were effectively the source of funding for the Post Office's legal fees throughout what might be described as a war of attrition in defending the indefensible?
Well, it certainly is the case. I mean, I don't know what the current state of the Post Office's finances are and to what extent it is dependent on taxpayer subsidy. All I can say is that during the period when I was in the chair, we were making real inroads on that subsidy, and the Post Office was on the path to breaking even. But clearly, what's happened has had a very, very big impact on that. But I can't elaborate on that, I'm afraid.
Well, just thinking about that financial aspect that you've mentioned, at paragraph 36 of your witness statement, you say that the government's vision for turning the Post Office around was making it sustainable by developing new streams of income, modernising it, and in the process, making it profitable instead of loss-making and therefore ready for mutualisation, if you recall that is in your witness statement. Can I ask you then, was the network transformation programme something that you were aware of, involved in?
Yes, I was aware of it.
How hands-on would you say the government, relevant departments and ministers in relation were in relation to the network transformation programme?
I think they were well aware of it. It was a central part of their policy in relation to the Post Office.
Thinking a bit more about the network transformation programme then, can you say what work was done by the Post Office along with government and relevant departments to identify and put in place new income streams which would have been required for network transformation to actually be profitable for sub-postmasters?
So you're talking here about new business for the Post Office, is that what you're talking
Yes.
about? Yes. So there were, I think, 3 big streams of income. Mails was the biggest, and there was a lot of time and energy spent on the relationship with Royal Mail and trying to put that partnership on a much better footing and to deal on the front foot with the increase in online shopping, parcel delivery and all of that, which was very, very, very difficult because the Royal Mail and the Post Office were behind the game compared to the competition. There was the financial services aspect, which was relatively small when I began in the chair, but we rebooted our relationship with the Bank of Ireland to provide a proper platform on which we could develop the financial services offer, and that was going well, and there were very ambitious plans for it, which were not realised in my time. And then the third aspect, which I suspect may be what you are getting at, was government business, where we had been told by the government of the day was a very important part of the plank in their strategy for growing the Post Office's revenue, which was a disappointment because it wasn't coming through in the way that had been expected.
So if we take the way in which the network transformation programme was effectively sold to sub-postmasters, is it not the case that in truth, certainly on the government business side, if nothing else, there really were no revenue streams and this programme was effectively falsely sold to sub-postmasters?
I don't think it was falsely sold. I think that there was genuine intent to deliver the government services plank of that, alongside the other things. It was not the only thing. But I would agree that for understandable reasons, that government business was not won by the Post Office because the Post Office was often not commercially the most attractive vehicle for delivering those services. And the government, in principle, a government could decide that it was so important to maintain a flourishing postal services, post office network, that you would mandate government departments to use those outlets for the delivery of those services. I don't think that would have been legal, actually, but in principle you could make it legal, but that was not what was on offer, and it was a personal disappointment to me that I put a huge amount of effort into trying to explain to government departments and to ministers of government departments what it was the Post Office had to offer government. But there, as so often happens, and I know because I've been inside it as well as outside it, government departments, it's very, very difficult to get government departments to collaborate on a government-wide initiative that doesn't actually individually benefit an individual department, if you see what I'm saying. So it was disappointing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You look as if you're poised, Mr. Henry.
As poised as I'll ever be, sir.
Right, okay, so I'll stay in this same position. I can see both of you, yeah.
Miss Perkins, can I just ask you, please, prosecutions, you say, were kept at arm's length from the board?
Yes.
Now, obviously, that is prosecuting people, but litigation risks, in other words, civil and criminal appeals, which could result in massive damages being awarded against the Post Office, that must have reached board level.
Yes, it did reach board level.
Yes. And so from the point of view of trying to assess risk and whether or not it could have a material impact on, to use the archaicism, the group as a whole, or post-2012, the separated Post Office, that would be something where the board would obviously work in close conjunction with the executive team and also General Counsel.
Yes.
Yes. Now, I want to just ask you, please, at paragraph 298 of your witness statement, and there's no need to get it up, but you refer to a document that was prepared by General Counsel Mr. Ojard, and the reference is WITN 007 40131. I wonder if we could have a look at that. It's paragraph 298 of your witness statement, in case you have a hard copy of your witness statement. But
unfortunately, I didn't bring my hard copy witness statement back in with me, I'm sorry. So I would like to look at that, please.
Well then, I'm afraid, sir, my time is going to be...
Don't worry, we'll do it quickly, Mr. Henry. Let's have WITN 00740 on the screen.
Yes.
And page 145, paragraph 298, just so that Ms. Perkins can refresh her memory about that.
I'm very grateful. When did I start?
So I'm looking at paragraph 298, is that right?
Yes.
And can we scroll down to the rest of the paragraph then? Thank you.
And now can we go to the actual document, WITN 007 40131. And could we concentrate, please, on paragraph 2.3? The headline conclusion of the backward-looking report, which is the Altman General Review of October, 2013, is that, quotation, review of the cases that had been prosecuted over the last few years is fundamentally sound, and that no, quotation, systemic or fundamental flaws in the review process were detected. In addition, a number of relatively small procedural recommendations were made regarding matters such as document retention, etc. Now, document retention is a euphemism for shredding, the unlawful, the unauthorized destruction of documents that ought to be preserved under the Criminal Procedure and Investigations Act. You tell us that your General Counsel, of his own volition, must have decided to use that disgraceful euphemism to mislead you and your fellow board members.
I don't think I've used those words. I don't remember using words in relation to this sentence.
Well, you're saying that it was kept back from you. Paragraph 298, you've just read the paragraph. I may be embroidering it, but what you're saying is that this was, and I will put words into your mouth, a disgraceful action by your General Counsel to not fully apprise you of risk, not fully apprise you of what was going on in the business.
Well, I think if you look at that last sentence, I mean, obviously it depends who you are, and it depends what else you already know. But to me, that reads like a kind of bland sentence. It could mean anything. It does, to me, that does not mean shredding of documents relating to either past or current actions in relation to prosecutions. I'm really sorry, but I simply cannot make, that's not a connection that I think you would reasonably expect somebody coming to this to see.
That is not, and you're a very intelligent woman, that is not the thrust of my question at all. I'm not suggesting that you ought to have read that as shredding. What I am suggesting, however, and I will put it to you straight, is that this must have been curated between you, the Chief Executive, and General Counsel, that a sanitized version of the truth was perpetuated in board documents as opposed to the unvarnished truth.
That is absolutely untrue, and I find that question offensive.
I'm very sorry if you find it offensive, but the fact is, you have said that things were surprising, extraordinary, disappointing, astonishing. A whole range of epithets have dropped from your lips to apparently excuse the board's stupefying ignorance on matters of central importance. And I'm suggesting to you that that cannot be right, that you must have known.
You can suggest that to me as often as you would like, in as many different words as you would choose. It is absolutely, categorically untrue, and I am on oath, and I am a truthful person.
Now, I want to deal with the issue that Mr. Beer took you to very briefly about embedded commands. And you deny or cannot recall ever teaching Miss Venables a lesson, but she claimed that you taught her how to craft a question to subordinates with an embedded command, a skill, in other words, you ask a question in which you mandate the answer you require. And the famous example of that is it possible to access the system remotely, etc., etc. You remember, perhaps, or have read about her questions before Parliament. I want to take you now to a document, POL 003 44895. what I want to suggest to you is that the language that Mr. Oyard is using is a reflection of the reality that you wanted to see and hear. That's why euphemisms are being used in board documents. It is a reflection of what you desire, your strategy, your vision, which you set for the company. But let's go to POL 003448895. And could we scroll up, please? Mr. Beer took you to this morning. And could we go, the position is intrinsically worrying, to put it politely, etc., etc. The Neds are really concerned because of the potential costs to the business, the distraction from implementing our strategy, which is demanding enough, the reputational issues and their personal positions, a bad combination made far worse if the business does not appear to be on top of it. So the paper needs to demonstrate that the board's concerns on the latter point are unnecessary, if that is possible. I suggest to you that the "if that is possible" is a throwaway post-hyphen part of the sentence. The paper needs to demonstrate that the board's concerns on the latter point are unnecessary. This was a reflection of your style of leadership, wasn't it?
I don't accept the premise of your question, and I think, if I may say so, if you look at some of the other documents, amidst the huge quantity of documents that are available, you will see that there are examples of where I've made it absolutely clear to colleagues, to executive colleagues, that I was always ready to face bad news and would deal with it head on. What I didn't want was apparently bad news that was not properly evidenced. And that was absolutely my position, but I do not accept that I ever, either directly or indirectly, encourage people not to give the full truth.
Well, let's just change tack then and deal with that, because I suppose a demonstration of that would have been your pushing back against the inertia demonstrated by your colleagues, and you're fighting really hard to address Mr. Arbuthnot's concerns.
Is that a question?
Yes, that would be an example of you, wanting clarity and candour, and wanting to get to the truth. So, as you professed this morning, that you fought really hard to address Mr. Arbuthnot's concerns, as he then was. You remember saying that?
I did try to do that, yes.
But you didn't commission an independent report at any stage, did you?
What was the second? I shouldn't ask you questions. The second site review was an independent review.
But I'm talking about a review of the ISME conclusions, with which you were aware, because you had read the ISME report, and you were, at one point in your leadership, concerned that if a proper and full independent review, contrary to Mr. Ismay's conclusions, was not undertaken, then it would look as if the Post Office was unsure of its ground. You never commissioned, did you, a full forensic digital review of the software system?
So I think we have covered this ground already. Lord Arbuthnot raised concerns with me about the sub-postmasters' positions. I offered to look at setting up an independent review. He and I then had some discussions about that, and it was important, if we were going to take this initiative, which people in the Post Office didn't want to take, some people in the post office didn't want to take, that we did this on a basis that he thought he and his colleagues would regard as a proper basis. And there was quite a lot of discussion with him about the best way of doing that. It was in the light of those discussions that we went down the route of employing second sight rather than going down the Deloitte route. We looked at that yesterday, and I spent a certain amount of time and quite a lot of energy trying to get the terms of reference of that piece of work as extensive and open as I could. Now, I have said that with the benefit of hindsight, I now think that that wasn't, in retrospect, the best way to have gone about that. And I wish that I'd had a fully populated board by then, and even though I didn't have a fully populated board by then, that I had used the other non-executives who were in position to help me think this through and to put the commissioning of whatever kind of review we decided to go for on the best possible footing, really having gone into what is it that we were trying to achieve here and what would be the best way of doing that. And if need be, if we'd come to the conclusion, it would have been better to go down the route of using one of the big four to have that conversation with Lord Arbuthnot.
Ms. Perkins, did you actually read the Deloitte report?
Well, we discussed that this morning. If you're talking about the board briefing, I talked about that with Mr. Beer this morning. I didn't, until I saw that report in the disclosures sometime earlier this year, I didn't remember seeing it.
Right. So, I mean...
that doesn't mean I didn't see it. We're talking about something that happened 10 years ago.
That may be right, but is your evidence that you cannot say whether you read it or not?
I think I would, since we've now established, and we have clearly established, that it came to me and my fellow board members, I think I would have read it.
So that I'm clear, what you're acknowledging reading is the briefing report,
Yes.
not the full document.
Sorry,
Yeah,
yes.
right.
And actually, could I just say something about that?
Yeah.
Because had I seen the full, I mean, I don't know whether anybody here has, well, I'm sure lots of people have seen it. The full report, when I looked at it again earlier this year, has one of those colour ratings, red, amber and green, against the different items. And if you just take one look at that report, you can see that there's an awful lot of red and an awful lot of amber in there. And if I had seen that, even if I hadn't read a word of the text, it would have jumped out at me.
Could I... You've said many times that you would have turned over every stone and that you've been asked about that. But could I ask you, please, in the light of what was highly contentious second sight interim review and the lessons learned, can you explain why, in early September 2013, your chief executive officer resiles from a full lessons learned review, having received advice from Andy Parsons that it would expose the post office to proactive duties of criminal disclosure? Were you aware of that?
We discussed this yesterday. I was not aware of it.
Yeah. And in fact, that reference, no need to take you to it, is POL 001 46243. But could I ask you, please, now to be shown POL 00381 706, the 11th of September 2013. And we can see the heading, Lessons Learned, Terms of Reference, PowerPoint for the Audit and Risk Committee, and then if we could scroll up, please, from Miss Vennells to you, 11th of September, to Alistair Marnock, but copied to you. And then could we scroll up, please? Scroll up, please. And then scroll up, please. And then we see this, do we not? From Paula Vennells to Alistair Marnock. He was, of course, dealing with insurance, wasn't he?
Alistair Marnock was the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee.
Absolutely, but he was also dealing with the notification issue to the insurers, together with Chris Day.
In his, yes, he was, yeah.
Yes, copied to you, obviously to the company secretary as well. And then could we scroll up, please? And then this. Most of the note, so this did come to you, should be self-explanatory, although I should explain the rationale behind our proposed timings. As we discussed last week, there is a choice between proceeding with the review in the near future, while the experiences are still relatively fresh in our memory, or waiting until early 2014 when we expect Second Sight will no longer be involved in the process. Having de-risked the review by narrowing its scope and running it as a short internal exercise, on balance, I think it is more important to capture our insights sooner rather than later. We are therefore proposing to commence the process in October, not earlier, because it would be more appropriate for both sides to wait until Susan is no longer working in the building. Alice and I had a chance to discuss at our one-to-one this morning, and we are both comfortable. I would welcome any comments you have. Why was it so important for Susan Crichton to be gone?
I don't remember this, the reasoning behind the change in the scope of the Lessons Learned review. And I have wondered about that in recent weeks myself. I think the key point about Susan was that she had been, this is a Lessons Learned review about the way in which Second Sight had been appointed to run this review. It was about things such as the absence of an engagement letter, things that we've talked about to do with the timetable, the costs, the lack of proper liaison with them. And Susan had been the person who was in charge of that. Obviously, as long as she was employed in the business, it was going to be a much more sensitive issue in respect of her and her personal position than it would be once she had decided to go. But the need, in my view, to look at how that had been handled and learn lessons from it was just as great after she had gone as if she hadn't gone, because the point was that it was about improving the way the post office in its newly separated state went about doing things like that. And I was aware of the fact that this wasn't, in a lot of organisations, it's absolutely normal for people to do lessons learned reviews after something has gone wrong, or even when important things have gone right. And I didn't see that happening in the post office, and this seemed to be a good example of a way of introducing that.
No, Ms. Perkins, this is intimately connected to the advice given from Andrew Parsons and also Hugh Flemington, 3rd of September, about the risk, proactive criminal disclosure. Now, we know that Miss Crichton knew from an early stage, even before the drafting of the Clark advice, that she knew about the unsafe witness. I again want to ask you, please, why it was so important for Miss Crichton to have left the business before embarking upon this de-risked, internal, much narrower in scope, lessons learned review.
I can't add anything to what I've already said.
I see.
Can we just look at... I'm sorry, I may have missed the thread of this, Mr. Henry. It's my fault. The reference right at the beginning, most of the note should be self-explanatory. Can I just be sure what the note is that it's talking about? Is it an attachment to this email or what?
No, sir.
So it's just that expression that you were exploring?
Yes, I'm afraid I may be wrong, and I'd be very happy to be corrected.
That's fine. So the position is you were exploring whether this note referred to the document which Mr. Parsons may have been the author of, which
Yes.
makes reference to Gareth Jenkins, in effect. Whereas Miss Perkins, as I understand it, is reading that as being a note concerned with lessons learned and something different. That's it, isn't it?
Thank you very
Fine,
much.
thank you. As long as I understand
Yes.
what's going on here.
Thank you.
Fine, right.
I mean, the position is that you're using Susan Crichton as a lightning conductor, aren't you?
No.
And it's really you and Miss Venables resolving that this contentious material should not come before the board because the material is so troubling in its implications that it would have forced the board to make proactive disclosure to convicted defendants had it seen it. Isn't that the position?
It is absolutely not the position.
So there's a strategy of managing the risk between you and Miss Venables, geld or downplay the Second Sight report and keep Gareth Jenkins out of the picture.
No.
I mean, what would have happened on the 16th of July if, because of course Miss Venables spoke to Miss Crichton's report, didn't she?
She did.
Yeah. So therefore she must have been apprised of the issues and discussed the matter with Miss Crichton beforehand, otherwise she couldn't be able to speak to the report.
Well, I don't think you can necessarily infer that because as we discussed yesterday, it wasn't until the morning of the board itself that, in the light of what had happened over the non-executive director's breakfast, that I took the decision to start the discussion on that paper without Susan being in the room. And as I explained yesterday, that discussion took off in such a way that it became impossible, really, to get into a situation where we could have that discussion with Susan in the room. But Paula, as she said herself, I think, didn't know that I was going to ask to kick off that discussion without Susan, and I didn't know that we wouldn't resume a discussion on the paper without Susan being in the room because events just overtook me.
You're the chair. Events do not overtake the chair. The chair sets the scope and the agenda.
Yes, that's absolutely true. But on this occasion, and this does sometimes happen, you're in a room with a group of people and they're human beings, and sometimes things kick off, and sometimes it isn't the right thing to do to try and ram on with what you had previously thought would be what you would do. You do sometimes have to flex things, and as I said yesterday, I now regret that I didn't, after that board meeting, after what had happened, think to myself, and I regret that nobody else thought of it either, that we should have arranged a separate discussion on that paper, which Susan would have attended. But I'm not. Having said that, none of us know what would have happened had we done that, and we do not know what, if anything, more Susan would have contributed to that discussion than was in the paper.
It would have been dynamite, wouldn't it? Because not only did you have the paper, and the paper, of course, even though she knew about Gareth Jenkins, leaves that out.
Yes.
But you do have her evidence to the inquiry that she had informed your chief executive officer that there were likely to be many, many claims for damages based upon what she was aware of. So it would have been dynamite. And what I'm suggesting to you is that a cordon sanitaire, it was boxed up and never ventilated before the board for that reason.
If it was boxed up, it was not boxed up by me, and if there had been dynamite, we would have dealt with it.
Right.
That was a group of people who were very independent-minded, they were thoughtful people, they had good values. It would have been very difficult, but we would have dealt with it.
One does continue to wonder why significant advices of Mr. Altman, Queen's Counsel as he then was, did not percolate up to the board during the period July to October 2013. Can you think of any reason why those significant advices of considerable importance, in fact momentous importance, didn't percolate their way up to the board?
Mr. Beer asked me about this yesterday, and I reflected on it. I don't know why they didn't. There are all kinds of reasons why they might not have done, and I'm not in possession of the facts as to why they didn't.
Can you help us, please, though, with your contemporaneous knowledge at that time? Because, for example, the announcement of the flotation of the Royal Mail Group took place on the 10th of July 2013, did it not?
I don't remember the exact date, but around that time, yeah.
And the fact is that the Royal Mail shares were floated on the 11th of October 2013 at 330p per share. But on the 16th, when they started to trade unconditionally, they were 24 times oversubscribed. That was obviously a matter that was in your mind at the time, wasn't it?
No, not particularly. I mean, there obviously, from the emails that I've seen, there was an issue about the Royal Mail prospectus, but that was not looming large in my mind at the time. It was one of those issues that needed to be handled.
Well, funding must be very, very important for any chair, because, of course, you've got to fulfill the vision of the government. And the vision of the government was to turn around the business, eradicate losses and modernise it. And to do that, you needed government funding and support, didn't you?
Yes, but I don't see what the connection is between that and the flotation of Royal Mail.
Well, the reason why is because after the flotation, which raised nearly £2 billion, 1.98, the government announced 640 million to be invested in the post office, and that was on the 27th of November 2013. I mean, there is a connection, isn't there?
I have no idea. I really don't see that connection. The fact is that we had been... The government's policy in relation to the post office, the continuation of the subsidy until the point at which we broke even, and the investment made in the post office in order to break even, was something which was being discussed, as far as I was aware, completely separately from the Royal Mail Group flotation. I never heard anybody make that connection, and I had discussions myself with officials in the Treasury and with the Chief Secretary. Nobody ever made that connection. I think that there were two completely separate things going on there. nobody knew at the time when the policy in relation to the modernisation of the post office was announced whether Royal Mail would float. I mean, there had not been a very successful history of that in the past. So I may be completely wrong about this, but I personally do not see those two things as being connected in that way.
From July 2013, the green light was on, because that was the announcement by Vince Cable, the Secretary of State. And of course, that coincided with the perfect storm of Second Sight interim review, and also, although I understand your denials on the point, the emergence of Gareth Jenkins as a serious problem for the Post Office. So, I mean, you have seen surely the statement to Parliament by the Minister of State the 9th of July, which was stressing that none of the issues in the Second Sight report have any impact on the Royal Mail, which is an entirely separate business. Joe Swinson, you probably also saw the Whip's briefing, which stated that Mr Arbuthnot's support for the sub-postmasters could be distracting to the flotation.
I've been reminded of those things, but you were making a completely... What I thought, I'm sorry if I've misunderstood you, I thought you were saying that the Post Office wouldn't have got its money from the government if Royal Mail hadn't floated so successfully. That's what I was arguing with you about.
No, I'm not saying that, but it's obvious, however, that if nearly £2 billion comes into the Treasury, it makes it a lot easier for 640 million to go out to the Post Office. And these things cannot be looked in hermetically sealed boxes, as it were. But I want to come to this. If you're saying that the Post Office Limited had really absolutely nothing to do with this, then surely you must have been extremely concerned by the intervention of your CEO with the prospectus.
I've seen recently re-seen those emails, and it was, I mean, clearly I was involved in discussions with the CEO about that.
I've earned my keep on this one. I mean, did it not occur to you, I mean, from the point of view, and I don't know your experience in this field, although I know that you do coach and lecture on corporate governance, but surely the whole issue of a prospectus is that you load the prospectus with risk. You load the prospectus with risk so that nobody is misled or nobody is, as it were, induced to invest on a false basis. Yet we know for a fact that the Post Office was in the process of notifying its insurers concerning the prospects of civil litigation regarding wrongful convictions. I mean, do you not see the extraordinary contradiction there with your CEO who knows about disclosure to the insurers, and yet she's having matters removed from the RMG prospectus?
I don't know the full... I haven't got the full documentation on this issue. It is, however, clear from the email that this was an issue which had been being discussed both within the government machine and within the Post Office, that this prospectus was in draft, representations from various different organisations connected with the Royal Mail would be invited on that draft, and the Post Office had, and the officials in the business department were thinking about the way in which this was described and made some representations to the Royal Mail Group about that. The ultimate, the process of putting a prospectus together is highly regulated. Slaughter and May were in there, and in the final analysis, it was for the Royal Mail Group to decide what was in its prospectus or not within its prospectus.
The problem, however, cannot be separated from the fact that the Royal Mail Group had been historically responsible for prosecutions before separation, had it not?
Yes, it had.
Yeah. And no need to take you to it, but that was a document that you saw earlier today, and you were inquiring as to liability for the post office as well before and after the split. You remember that?
Would you mind taking me back to that, please?
Yes, certainly.
Well, does this add to the point, Mr.
It doesn't
Henry?
really add
No.
to the point. Those are my questions, sir.
Thank you very much. Now then, I know that Miss Patrick is going to ask some questions. I understand that Miss Leake wants to ask questions. And I further understand, Miss Leake, that you are going to be about 10 minutes. Is that right? That's right. Well, let's have that now, if that doesn't inconvenience Miss Patrick, and then we can have our afternoon break. Just for you to know, she'll introduce herself. Why am I speaking?
Thank you, sir. I think I said 10 to 15 minutes.
We'll see how we go.
Thank you. Ms Perkins, I ask questions on behalf of Paula Venables. I'm Samantha Leake. And I just want to ask about one issue, and I want to try and clarify with you when you first knew about the existence of bugs. I'm going to ask Mr Enright to move a little to the left so that we can see each other. Thank you. Mr Beer asked you yesterday if it caused you concern that the two exceptions or anomalies, to use the preferred language, as he said, regarding Horizon, were not passed on to you at an earlier stage. You'll remember that was before the 3rd of July. And you said you couldn't remember if you were irritated. There was a lot going on. I just want to show you a series of emails that suggest that you were told about bugs before the 3rd of July. Can we start with poll 000 98797? If we go down to the bottom, go down to page 2. Thank you. There's an email from Alwyn Lyons to Paula Venables on the 28th of June. And we'll have a look at that in a moment, but we can see if we go up a little bit that was sent to you by Paula Venables on the same day. In fact, just a couple of minutes after she was sent that email by Alwyn Lyons.
Can I look at Alwyn's email for a bit longer, please?
Yes, I'm going to take you through that.
Okay.
The first thing Alwyn says here, subject, next steps on Horizon issues, update. Paula, Rod Ismay and Leslie...
Sorry, we can't... Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Could we bring that back up on the screen and scroll down to page 2? Thank you. Paula, Rod Ismay and Leslie working the detail of the two bugs to understand them and then get them into language that is clear and can be communicated. Mark is putting in place expert external comms resource to be dedicated to this issue from Monday. And if we go down a little to the bottom bullet point, we think Second Sight will present the 4 cases, some of which will not be finished, but we are not sure yet. They will also raise the issue of the bugs, which were outside the cases, but which we disclosed to them. If we can then scroll up to the email that was forwarded to you from Ms. Venables. Alice, hi. I do hope your Friday is good. We go down to the next paragraph. You will see below Alwyn's proposed next steps. It covers all the ground at present. We may update following today's phone call with Second Sight in an hour, and certainly will update post Alwyn's meeting with Janet on Monday. Alwyn and I are staying close, 2 calls already today, and I'm expecting an update later this afternoon, so no need to bother you today. And if we go to the email above, which is your reply to Ms. Venables, within the hour, you say, thanks for the updates. I'm glad we have the best people on this. And we looked at the rest of this yesterday about maximalisation and salmon letters angle. So it seems clear from this email that you already knew about the bugs at this point, because you don't reply, what are you talking about, what bugs, I've no idea what you're going on about here. You say thanks for the update.
I do say that, but I'm not sure what conclusion. You can't. I can't draw a definitive conclusion from that. I don't recall ever having heard about these bugs before that.
Had you received an email from Ms. Venables on the 28th of June, at the point at which you knew Second Sight was about to report, setting out what she has said here about Rod, Isma and Leslie working the detail of the 2 bugs? Surely you would have said, rather than thanks for the update, you would have said, what are you talking about? I don't know anything about bugs.
I'm really sorry. I mean, I can see absolutely why you're saying that, but I don't remember. I'm not sure what I can add to this, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps we can now go back another 6 weeks to emails that took place on the 16th of May 2013. And if we could look at poll 000 98278. Ms. Venables sent you an email on the 16th of May. Hi Alice, lovely day. Just to let you know, I haven't forgotten about Vanquis. I have an approach, which I've sent to Nick and Chris. I should get back to you shortly. Also, re James Arbuthnot, I've asked for an update on our work plan by the end of this week to make sure we're on track. Jay is away in committee business, so we're meeting post-Whitsun recess. One other issue arose overnight, which I may need to brief you on over the next couple of days, so we'll try to get a phone slot. If we scroll up, you send an email back. Fine, thanks. I'm now unexpectedly free this afternoon, so if someone lets me know when you're able to talk, I'll try and fit around that. Can we then go to poll 000 29587? By this point, a call has been arranged between you and Miss Venables for the afternoon. And Alwyn Lyons sends to Paula speaking notes for your call with Alice this afternoon. Can you just scroll up a little? Scroll down. Paula, here are my speaking notes for your call with Alice this afternoon. I have a call with James on the 23rd of May, next Thursday at 10:30, when we'll discuss how he wants the investigation to continue. And just scroll up a bit more, please. Alwyn will, and we go down to the 6th bullet point. I'm so sorry, the 2nd bullet point. Some instances are coming to light where there is evidence that there are bugs in Horizon, which I'm being told is normal in any large computer system, but I'm still being assured that the system's integrity is not in doubt. Leslie is meeting Fujitsu tomorrow morning to go through the technical assurance that the sub-postmaster's trading statement cannot be changed without their knowledge. Alwyn is meeting them on Monday to look at, with a layman's eyes, and understand what it might have looked like for a sub-postmaster using the system. The good news is that where we have found bugs since HNGX New Horizon, they have been detected and put right with no loss for the sub-postmaster, and Fujitsu now monitor the suspense account for any such problems. Alwyn will specifically ask on Monday if anything could be happening we do not know about, e.g. too small to register at the office and old Horizon bugs. This is not good, Alice, but from what we have seen so far, our response to bugs has been effective. I've asked for some time in our diaries next week to talk through our approach, would welcome your counsel before the James meeting. Do you recall a conversation that afternoon in which you were told about those bugs?
No, I don't.
So when you received the email on the 28th of June, giving you an update about what was going on with bugs, are you saying that you hadn't been told about that beforehand, or you simply can't remember?
I can't remember, I'm really sorry. I've only, some of this documentation has only came to me at lunchtime today. So, you know, I have had a look at it, but I'm afraid I have absolutely no recall.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Leake. So we'll take our afternoon break now and resume at 3:30 when Ms. Patrick will ask her questions. And if they are so advised, your legal representatives may wish to ask a few questions of you, but that's up to them, not me. And then that will be it, all right?
Thank you very much.
So 3:30. I should move this way now.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Miss Perkins. My name is Angela Patrick, and I ask questions on behalf of 86 sub-postmasters who were convicted by the Post Office and have since had their convictions overturned, including Mrs Hamilton, who I'm sure you can see is sitting to my left.
I do see.
And we want to cover 3 topics.
Yeah.
First, we're going to look at the Royal Mail Group Prospectus, which you've just covered briefly with Mr Henry.
Yeah.
Second, Mr Beers talked to you a little about Mr Davies and publicity around Horizon. And I want to come back to one example of the Post Office's approach to SPMs in the media, sub-postmasters in the media. And finally, I want to look again at one of the first documents Mr Beer took you to. I'm going to call it the Zetter Note. The Zetter Notes, if you remember from yesterday morning.
You'll have to remind me.
I will
I'm
refresh
sorry.
your memory
Yeah,
when we
thank
get
you.
that far.
Thank you.
If we can start with the Royal Mail Group Prospectus, and Mr Henry's raised the flotation. You've talked about it not really being an issue that was looming large, but I want to look at, you've mentioned a few emails.
Mm-hmm.
If we could look at a few of those just to see where you were coming in.
Yeah.
And if we can start with Paul 00372265, please. And I want to start about halfway down page 1 if we could.
So can you just give me the context of this?
I
for a
will.
minute, please?
This is an email sent on the 16th of August 2013. And don't worry, I was only waiting for it to be on screen so that we could look at
fine.
it together.
Okay, great.
I won't leave you hanging as to what we're looking at. There's an email here, you can see at the top. It's Paula Venos to you on the 16th of August. And if you see, she's messaging at the top looking for a time when you can have a call. I don't want to look at the detail, but she wants to catch you up on some issues. And if you can see, there are a list of 4. Mm-hmm. And if we go to the 4th bullet point, if somebody could expand that, I'd be grateful. It says RM Prospectus. Can you see that one?
Yep.
The language in the risks section, which refers to the Post Office, is very negative. We're on the case. It is being handled through external lawyers, and I've asked for a revised draft by Monday. I'm not suggesting we flag this to the board yet, but you need to be in the picture. Susan's picked this up and insisted inaccuracies are removed and the tone improved. However, this is in the risk section. My guess is we may still be uncomfortable with our final draft. And so I've already asked Susan to flag to Will that we may want to escalate it to HMG. We will need to brief the board properly at some stage, but probably best when we have something to send out. Now, I only have a few questions about it.
Okay.
You were, it appears, being briefed on this as an issue as early as mid-August in 2013.
It does look like that, yes.
And the issue you were being told was arising in the risks section of the prospectus.
Yes.
And it was very negative about the Post Office. And Susan, I presume that might be Miss Crichton?
I can't think. Well, it wouldn't have been Susan Barton. So.
It wouldn't have been Susan Barton. Miss Crichton was to flag that it might need to go to HMG, Her Majesty's Government, and Miss Venos thought you might need to brief the board properly at some stage. But she was saying you, aside from whether the board needed to be briefed, she was giving you this information now, wasn't she?
She was.
Right. Can we look at the second document, a second email? And it's Paul 00419640. And this is an email which moves us on a little. And I'll wait for it to come up. And I want to start at the bottom of page 1, where you'll see there's an email from you.
Yes.
And we're now a little while on, a few weeks on, maybe three weeks on, 9th of September 2013.
Yeah.
And you're sort of, you're sort of responding, thank you for your previous emails. And we don't need to spend much time on your response. I just want to note what you say to start with. I appreciate no surprises, even if the news is unwelcome. So that was the first message you were giving to Miss Venables that day.
Yeah.
Can we scroll up the rest? I don't think we need to look at in detail. I want to look at Miss Venables' reply above, and it's the last paragraph of Miss Venables' reply. On the prospectus, now Mark is back, I have him, Martin and Hugh meeting this PM, and they will speak to Biz today. Would that be Mark Davies, Martin Edwards and Hugh Flemington?
It could have been. I mean, I don't know, but that sounds, that sounds perfectly reasonable suggestion.
So they were going to speak to Biz. I'm still not happy with the content. Although it may be legally accurate, it is not helpful reputationally. And then she goes on to say, ironically, Post Office has enough branches signed up to cover the distribution of the prospectus, and she's going to keep you posted. And I only have a few questions about this one. She's telling you, even if the content was legally accurate, her concern was primarily reputational risk, wasn't it?
Yes.
Whose, logically, would it follow she was concerned about the reputation of the Post Office?
I don't know what she had in mind, but it's a reasonable interpretation that she was thinking about the Post Office, yes.
Could it be the reputation of Royal Mail Group?
It could be.
The government?
No,
Anyway.
No, I mean...
You don't know. You're just speculating. Logically, it could be the Post Office.
Yes, it could be.
If we could scroll up a little. I know. I'm sorry, Mr. Henry was trying to attract my attention, sir, I'm afraid. If we can scroll up a little, we see the next section.
And what do you mean by the next section?
Oh, sorry, I apologise. Can you see that, no, I didn't mean that, where you reply, at the bottom of the part you can see on screen there, Miss Perkins, no, I didn't mean that. Can you see?
I didn't mean what, sorry.
I'm just trying to attract your attention. It's now highlighted in yellow. And you reply at 2:11. No, I didn't mean that. We don't need to look at the first line. It's the second line.
Okay.
On the content of the prospectus, Will was absolutely clear that this should be and would be properly sorted. You only need to read the Hansard of last week's parliamentary debate to see how important that will be politically. So I'm sure Joe S. would swing into action on this if it were necessary. So Will had given you some assurances. Was that Will Gibson at Sheck's?
I should imagine so. I don't know.
Okay, and Joe S. Is that likely to be Joe Swinson?
I would think so, yes.
Thank you. And we don't see any challenge by you in this message of Mrs. Venables' view of the issue being reputational and not one of legal or technical accuracy, do we?
No.
No.
No, you don't.
Your focus was on how important it was going to be politically. Getting this sorted for Post Office was politically important, wasn't it?
Well, I think we've had this discussion a great deal over the last 2 days, haven't we? And the inference is often being made.
Ms. Perkins, can I stop you? I don't want to draw any inference. I just want you to reflect on what's in the email.
Okay.
That was what was being exchanged contemporaneously. Here, you were sending a message here that the importance was political, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And it was so important, you were sure you could rely on the minister to step in.
Yes, well, that I thought she would, yes.
Indeed. Now, can we look at the third document? It is Paul 20381-730. Thank you. And I want to start at the bottom of page 1 again. If we can scroll to the very bottom, we can see there's an email that's from you Can you see that, Miss Perkins?
Yes.
And we're on Monday the 16th of September now, and you're writing to Georgia Preston, who I can see at the top there, that's your PA, is that right?
Yes.
And subject Mark Russell, we've heard that name earlier, was he the head of SHECS?
He was.
Great. And you told Mr Beard you'd have regular meetings with him. We'll see in the message here, you're talking, I think my main question is, what should my objective be in talking to him about strategy and funding? I need to know the position, so he's aware of the board and the package, what might be needed to get the Fed on side. And you go on talking about strategy and funding and a number of other matters until the second line from the bottom. And you say, and also, sorry, third line from the bottom, also the update on where we are from with second site, etc. And the latest on the RM prospectus. So basically, all the current hot topics. And you say, I'd like to talk to Paula about this in my one-on-one with her. This is you, I think, talking about preparing for a meeting with Mr Russell.
It looks
is
like,
that fair?
It does look like that, yes.
Yeah, and a number of topics. And the Royal Mail prospectus was a hot topic by this point, wasn't it?
That would be the inference of this, yes.
If we can look at the fourth document, please. It's UKGI 402057, please. And this is the 18th of September, and it's not necessarily a message you would have seen. And it's you can see it's a series of exchanges between Will Gibson and Tim McInnes. I would like to look very briefly, it's a long message, don't want to look at a lot of it, I just want to see where you're mentioned. Can we go to halfway through page 2, please? And you can see there's a message from Mr Gibson. We've had him mentioned this morning. And I think we've had Tim McInnes mentioned this morning also. But you see there, he says, just to echo Tim's point, re-sign off. I have just come from a meeting with Paul's CEO where she was voicing her concerns that not all Paul's comments had been picked up and they'd definitely not been signed off. Their wording, and that said they'll ensure there's chapter and verse from Paul on what's outstanding. And if we can scroll up from there to the bottom of page 1, I'd be very grateful. And we can see there, there's a message from Mr McInnes back to Mr Gibson. Yes, and I just had Martin on the phone. Alice is properly up for a fight. I've bought some time, but let's see what Emma can set up. Now, if we scroll up again, Mr Gibson replies, and you can see what he says. Alice is coming in to see Mark tomorrow. That would fit with the timing of your preparation for a meeting. And above, we can see the message continues. Were you up for a fight, Mrs Perkins?
I simply don't remember all of this. And those are not my words. I mean, what you're getting there is you're getting Tim McInnes reporting to Will Gibson something that somebody else has said to him.
Entirely. And I wouldn't expect you, I said at the outset, you hadn't seen this message. But that was, it appears, how your position was being presented by Martin, presume Martin Edwards, in advance of your meeting with Mark Russell. Is that fair?
It would appear as though that is how it's been described, but we don't know what Martin said to Tim McInnes, and we don't know. I mean, you know, there's lots we don't know.
He may come to give evidence. We may be able to ask him about that. And if we scroll up a little way further, you can see there on the screen, actually I can see it now, don't stop, please stop scrolling, It's now moved to the bottom. The reply there, not unhelpful. I just don't want things to go nuclear until that's all we have remaining. Does that fit with your recollection of this discussion at the time? Was this discussion on the verge of nuclear status for the relationship between Royal Mail Group and the Post Office?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
I'm sure that it wasn't. However, that is just my reaction based on what I know about how I would be thinking about something like this. But just to be completely clear, until I saw these documents either earlier today or yesterday, I can't even remember when I first started seeing this email chain, I simply hadn't remembered anything about this issue at all.
Okay, well, if we can look at the last document, this is the last one I think I need to take you to, and it may refresh your memory a little bit about what was being discussed. It's Paul 2038147, and it takes us forward to the 20th of September. And it's not, again, a message you would have seen. I just want to see if it will help your memory. It's a message you can see there from Mr. Edwards to Paula Venables, copied to Mr. Davies. And again, it says Prospectus update. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to bring it up on my screen because that one is a little bit far away for me to read. I apologise. You have to bear with me for a moment. And he's updating Miss Venables. I won't read it all, but I'm going to read the first bullet point a little. Focusing on the first bullet point, latest draft attached. Overall, it is improved and addresses some of our concerns, although the risks section is still intrinsically negative in tone. The Sheck's Paul team have pushed hard for additional language to be inserted on the strength of the relationship to contextualise these risks, but I have received firm pushback that this wouldn't be appropriate for this element of the document. Such language is, however, covered elsewhere in the document. My sense is we're going to have to accept this position and focus now on making the positive story is brought out in the wider comms materials, the marketing materials for the transactions, our own lines to take, and Minister's statements. Now, focusing on that bullet, the first bullet, it seems there were concerns about language in the risk section, but Paul, Mr. Edwards was saying, could just accept the position and then deal with it in comms. Is that a fair summary?
I think so, yes.
And so it would go on Mr. Davies' desk, possibly. He was copied in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if we scroll down, can we skip to bullet 3? It seems except one issue is outstanding by this point. And he writes in the third bullet, I think the one remaining issue we might want to seek to change now is the sentence on the SS review, I'm going to say second site review, copied below. Ideally, this would just be deleted because it's misleading in the context of a section on IT risks, as we discussed before. In July, this is the sentence he's talking about, the part. In July 2013, an interim report was published into alleged problems with Post Office's Horizon computer system, which is used to record transactions in its branch network. The report confirmed that no system-wide problems had been found in relation to the Horizon software, but suggests that Post Office should examine its support and training processes for sub-postmasters. Now, I read that in full just to see if it helps with your memory. But in summary, Mr. Edwards was saying the Post Office wanted that deleted entirely, ideally. Is that right?
I think he's saying it would be deleted in the context of a section on IT risks. That's what he seems to be saying.
But ideally, this would be deleted. And we could skim the rest, but we can get to the very bottom in the last 4 bullet points. I think we can see he says, and we've had this all before the inquiry has had this issue raised with Ms. Venables. The last one, Sheck's had been working on it, and he says, we've reached the end of the road in terms of Sheck's ability to influence this, and he references that the prospectus is essentially going in on the Monday, so it's imminent. And he says Alwyn could pick it up, but they were much more likely to listen to, and this is a message to Paula, likely to listen to you. Was this him at this point when the prospectus was imminent? Do you recall it being bumped up to Mrs. Venables to deal with?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, we know in the inquiry's heard that Mrs. Venables later reports to you by email that she thought she'd earned her keep on this, and she puts it in her review for the key achievements for the year. By this point, we know that when she reports to you, it's going to be removed. You'd been involved, Shex had been involved, you'd mooted something going up to the Minister. Mrs. Venables, she did earn her keep on this one, didn't she?
Well, it looks as though she got agreement to what it was that she was proposing. Those are her words, they're not my words.
Okay. No problem. We shall move on to the next topic then, Ms. Perkins. And I think these can be shorter. The next topic I wanted to look at was Horizon publicity. Now, Mr. Beer covered Mr. Davies' appearance on the Today programme very briefly with you this morning. I remember you saying at home you listen to Radio 4 Today every morning. And we talked about the appearance he made in December 2014. Now, Mrs. Hamilton is sitting next to me. She also appeared on that programme that day, and she listened live as Mr. Davies pointed to sub-postmasters experiencing lifestyle issues. Now, when Mrs. Venables gave evidence, Mr. Maloney asked her about a late evening message she sent later that month, on the 17th of December, having watched an episode of The One Show.
I vaguely.
Do you recall?
Vaguely, only vaguely.
I might be able to refresh your memory. Can we look at Paul 001503552? And if we could start, it's a multiple page document, if we could start at page 3, we can find the email from the 17th of December. And you see there's a message from Miss Venables, and it goes to Mark Davies, to Belinda Crowe, Gavin Lambert, Patrick Bork, and it's CC'd to you. And it's sent in the late evening at around 9:45. And the inquiry is very familiar with this. I'm not going to read much more than I need to, but I think it is worth repeating. She writes, "Hi all, I managed to catch the One Show on iPlayer. Not denying the fact that it is unhelpful and inaccurate, especially the focus on Horizon, but see below thoughts on that. Mark has achieved a balance of reporting beyond anything I could have hoped for. The statement stamped across the screen with the post office sign as a backdrop were really powerful. They emphasised everything we've done and came across as fact. Very good. The rest was hype and human interest. Not easy for me to be objective, but I was more bored than outraged. The MP quoted, who was full of bluster and inaccurate. Joe Hamilton lacked passion and admitted false accounting on TV. James Arbuthnot was nowhere to be seen, and the bulletin was too long. What I thought was helpful was that it presented Horizon as the problem, which is exactly what Second Sight say they haven't found, and so easier for us to refute. There was nothing about intimidation, poor coaching, and the message about not knowing how to use the system. In my eyes, it made the sub-postmasters look inadequate." Now, we can pause there and we can come back to the language. Mr. Maloney asked Mrs. Venables if she might have regretted that message the morning after she'd sent it and copied it to you. I'd like to look at the day after. If we could scroll up through this message slowly, I'd be grateful. And we can see the next morning, Belinda Crowe circulates it to Angela van den Bogart. We can scroll up. what happens is Mrs. Van den Bogart engages with a request from Mrs. Venables about one of the sub-postmasters who appeared in the programme, not Mrs. Hamilton. And I'm not suggesting we look at that detail. I just want to see where it goes next. Can we scroll up a little way? We see Mrs. Venables replies. I just want to stop there one moment. I don't want to look at the detail, but I just want to raise a point which Mrs. Venables uses about the languages she uses here. This isn't copied to you at this moment, but it is later. At the very last paragraph of this, she says Chris, and it's copied to Chris Ojard. If you didn't see the one show, please can you watch the clip? Again, I expect we're best to do nothing at this stage, but references the sub-postmaster's name. It's completely out of order, inaccurate at best, lying at worst. And this is the part I want to look at. Whether it's right or it's wrong, she says, and has willfully collaborated in bringing I presume that's bringing us into disrepute. Now, briefly, and we don't have to look at the detail, is this just another example of the belligerent language we'd seen being used in the business when talking about campaigning SPMs? Willfully collaborated in bringing us into disrepute. What do you think of that language?
Well, looking at this now, obviously it looks absolutely dreadful.
And this is language being used by Mrs. Venables herself, isn't it?
Yes, in this email it is, yes.
You weren't copied in on this email, but if we can scroll up, we see Thursday the 18th of December, 7:24, very early in the morning after the original message. Hi Alice, if you get the chance, probably worth a view, the one show from both your directorships actually. The BBC produced a very viewable 5-minute bulletin. Pity it's so wrong. The note below refers, and she says there's some personal messages. It's very close to Christmas, and she's talking about cards getting off. Now, she writes to you again, directly copying the whole of that thread, including her message from the last night. She sent you her one show response on twice. Now, if we can turn back to that original message on page 3, just so we have it in front of us. Did you take issue with what Mrs. Venables was saying?
I'm afraid, I'm really sorry, but I don't think I've seen this before. I may have done, but I simply do not remember this.
We've seen the first, and I've read it out. She was congratulating Mark Davies for a job well done. This was a win she wanted you to see, wasn't it?
It would look like it, yes. It would look like it.
She was saying Mrs. Hamilton lacked passion, sub-postmasters looked inadequate.
Well,
did this simply reflect the attitude that was being adopted by the Post Office leadership team at that time in late 2014 to the campaigning SPMs, the sub-postmasters?
I can't add anything to this, I'm afraid. I mean, it looks, as I've just said, it looks absolutely dreadful given what we know now. And I'm very...
I'm going to stop you there, Miss Perkins.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not dreadful according to what we know now. Looking back, she sent it to you twice.
She sent it to me twice?
Yeah. She sends it to you on the 17th of December when she copies you in. She sends it to you the next morning with the rest of the thread. Did you have any issue with the language she was using at the time? Can you remember taking it up with her? Oh, Paula, what have you done? Can you remember?
I'm terribly sorry. I simply cannot remember any of this. I do remember the Today programme because I remember hearing it, but
okay.
I don't remember this.
Is there any written response?
I haven't
No,
found one,
fine.
sir.
Okay, fine.
Looking at Mrs. Venables' language, she says she's more bored than outraged. Had the business become bored by the sub-postmasters campaign by this point?
That's not how I would describe how I thought about it.
Did the business simply just want to move on and get on with the job of making the post office sustainable for the future?
Well, the business did want to make the post office sustainable for the future. But as far as I was concerned, and as far as I'm aware, my board colleagues were concerned, we weren't wanting to do anything different from what we'd wanted to do all along, which was to handle the issues properly.
Handle the issues properly, but your CEO, more bored than outraged. We can move on. Can we look at the final topic? And that is the Zeta note. And I do want to help your memory. Mr. Beer started with this very early on yesterday, and you said when you were looking at it, he was looking at handwritten notes, if you remember.
Oh, yes.
And you can be sure, of course, but you said that in meetings, sometimes you'd scribble on the papers, and sometimes you'd go back and add a note afterwards to keep your memory fresh.
Yeah.
And Mr. Beer took you to a lot of notes. And I just want to look at one scribbled note that he didn't look at. And if we look at the document, it's Paul 00413669. And that should bring us up with the diary page, if you remember, which referred to the bistro at the Zeta. And if you remember, the date was the 19th of March. This is yesterday morning, Mr. Beer brought this up. It's between your first meeting with James Arbuthnot, I think it was the 13th of March, and you were preparing for a meeting on the 28th of March, which Paula couldn't attend. Mrs. Venables wouldn't be able to go to. And there was a pack of papers disclosed to the inquiry behind this diary entry. And I'd like to scroll to we don't need to scroll, but if we could go to page 5 of the pack. Mr. Beer skimmed through this yesterday to get to the main note. But this is I think it was described as a briefing prepared by Mr. Arbuthnot's office, as he was then, now Lord Arbuthnot. And we see skim through, there's notes on the side, we can see some handwritten notes there. If we scroll up, skim through 6. I don't want to go all the way to page 9, which is where Mr. Beer took you yesterday. I want to go to page 7 in the little pack. It may be page 8, but I think it's page 7. There's a page, if we keep scrolling up, yeah, you can see faults of horizon there. Somebody's annotated it on the right with a mark next to it. If we scroll up a little bit further, keep going, please. Stop. Now, we see a little scribbled note there, and I want to look at it from the bottom up. It says I think there's a helpline. It says there is a helpline available. It's underlining there is a helpline available. The inquiry's heard a lot about the helpline. I don't need to go to that. The next one up, much cash around. Now, you told Mr. Beer yesterday you'd been taken aback by the fact that there was so much cash in the business.
This is not my handwriting.
It's not your handwriting. Is it possibly a note that was scribbled at some point during the meeting?
It's not my handwriting.
Not your handwriting. Can I just explore the top message there? Reputation key?
It's not my handwriting.
Can you help with whose handwriting it might be?
I'm sorry, I don't know whose handwriting that was. All I can tell you is that it's not mine.
It's in a pack of notes behind the same diary entry and with the same notes that you were taking. And you can't assist us on who took it?
Well, obviously it could be Paula's writing. All I can tell you is that it is not my writing.
Okay. Was this a message you were being given from within the business by Mrs. Venables or somebody else that reputation was key, even at this time in 2012?
I don't remember this coming up at this meeting. I mean, it is a responsibility of any board to protect the reputation of the organisation. It's one of the many responsibility a board has. And I think we have talked a lot in the last 2 days about why I thought and other people thought it was important to protect the reputation of the post office business on the basis that I believed that the Horizon system was sound and that we didn't, the prosecutions had been properly conducted.
You say we've looked at reputation in the context of the RMG prospectus. We've looked at fighting. We've talked about fighting for the reputation of the post office this morning. This is 2012, before your bulk of engagement with James Arbuthnot. I suggest reputation really was the key question for the business, not just as a responsibility. It was a goal from the start and throughout, wasn't it, Mrs. Perkins?
Not mine. I've made absolutely clear what my motivation was in relation to Lord Arbuthnot's concerns. Okay. I wanted to set up an independent review to get to the bottom of it, and I have made it clear in a number of contemporaneous documents that I wasn't afraid of getting bad news if bad news were to come.
Can we stop and pause there for a minute? Others have talked to you about the future of the post office, all the work that was going on, the network transformation. The shareholder, the government's real goals for the business was to get to profitability and a mutualised post office that could stand on its own feet with less dependence on government subsidy, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Yeah. Would that be made more difficult if the post office was no longer the nation's most trusted brand, but instead faced public investigation and opprobrium for the wrongful prosecution of hundreds of its own people?
Of course it would, but that... I'm sorry, I am repeating myself, but this is really, really important.
Ms. Perkins, I don't want you to repeat yourself.
I think I've got this point.
Okay.
I just want to ask one last question, sir. Was this prospect that the post office was responsible for wrongfully criminalising people like Mrs. Hamilton something that during your time in the chair the business simply could not or would not contemplate?
Not as far as I was concerned, and as far as I can possibly be aware, that was not the position of my fellow non-executive board directors.
Looking back, do you think the board might or ought to have been less bored by the sub-postmasters and more outraged by the possibility of miscarriages of justice that had ruined hundreds of its own people?
The board was not bored of this issue, and I have said on a number of occasions over the last 2 days that I think that there were instances where the board should have acted differently.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I've spoken to Miss Berridge, who represents Miss Perkins, and she said as long as I deal with one issue, which will take about 3 minutes, she's content not to ask questions. And
Fine.
it's a very small point of detail. I don't think it will stop the world turning, but it will. It's an important point of detail, perhaps. Can we look, please, at the last 3 minutes of questions, Ms. Perkins?
Yes.
At poll 302-9587. You remember you were shown this email about half an hour ago, by Miss Leake.
Yeah.
And when she was introducing it to you, she said, and the draft transcript reference is page 148, line 12, quote, Allwyn Lyons sends to Paula speaking notes for your call with Alice this afternoon. In fact, if we look at the email, we can see that on the face of the email, it's not sent to Paula Venables. It's sent by Allwyn Lyons to Allwyn Lyons. Can you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
The first sentence reads, Paula, here are my speaking notes for your call with Alice this afternoon. So it could be, I suppose, that this is a draft that didn't get sent. Okay. It could be a way of sending something to yourself for printing off and handing over. But on the face of the document, it wasn't sent to Paula Venables. Can you see that as a speaking note
I do
for her
see that.
conversation with you?
Yes.
We haven't got any other evidence that this email was sent to Paula Venables as a speaking note prior to the conference call that had been teed up with you.
I see.
I should say, if we just look lastly at WITN 0102 0100, this is Ms. Venables' witness statement,
Right.
page 168.
Mm-hmm.
Paragraph 360. She says at 13:05, that's the time of the email, yeah.
Right.
13:05 on the 16th of May, Ulwyn sent me a speaking note to use on a call with Alice that afternoon. And then she gives you the reference,
Okay.
or gives us the reference to the document we just looked at. So
I
it looks
see.
like the mistake was made there as well.
I see.
That this was a note sent to Alice sent to Paula Venables at 1:05 p.m.
But in fact, it was Alwyn sending it.
Alwyn sent it to herself.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. That's
Thank you.
really helpful. I'm sorry, I have got a bit. I think I'm suffering from brain fog.
So they're the only questions I ask.
Thank you. So that brings an end to the questioning of you, Ms. Perkins. I'm very grateful to you for having provided a very detailed witness statement and for giving evidence over the last 2 days.
Thank you very much.
Right, so we will adjourn now until Tuesday at 9:45,
That's right.
when we will resume.
Thank you very much, sir.